Okay, I added it. I don't know if you have to restart Streamlabs or anything.
Time. I'm trying to load in the TikTok chat, so just enjoy it one more time. Sorry about that. Morning. Sorry about the late start today. I think maybe going forward, we just need to, when there's big breaking news like this, I can't always get to it the night before because there's so much stuff that breaks early in the morning. And so I think we should probably just know that a lot of times we're going to start at 10. Sorry, I'm still pulling up some apps on my phone here so that I'm ready to go. But I talked to Jen about 8. I was like, there's just no way that we're going to be ready. You can hear my voice is shot. I haven't slept a whole lot. And just reading the chat before we got started here, it seems like a lot of you guys are also not sleeping well. And that makes sense today. I'm going to ask our typical MAGA folks here, the ones that are here every day, to understand that somebody died yesterday. And that's a lot for people to process. And whatever you might think of the situation, this is a moment where like our government is killing people, and you might think it's justified. I certainly don't, but that's a startling reality that we're in. Like our government is killing people, and we can't seem to find consensus on whether or not it's okay for our government to kill people. And I will get to that in a little bit. But I'm just going to ask those of you who are here daily, you know who we are. You know that we're not a program that takes things lightly. We try and cover things factually. You might disagree with our facts and the way that we handle it. But I would just ask you to, like, in good faith today, don't make things worse. Don't be trolly today. I'm looking at you, Larry. I'm looking at you, Patrick. I'm looking at you, Drew. I'm looking at you, Hoodie. Those of you who are here regularly, don't be assholes today, okay? Do your very best. But let's get. I will get to that. There is a lot of stuff that we need to cover today, or I think we need to cover, I guess. And so I'm going to start off with some of the other stuff, and then we will get to it. So if you can let the people know as they come in that we will be covering that, it'll just be in in a little bit. As a reminder, I'm going to get locked in and forget to remind people that we are crowdfunded. So if you guys could remind each other once in a while that we are crowdfunded, and I'll try and read your super chats as they come in. And that probably won't happen because I have ADHD. So I'll do my very best. I talked to Jen this morning. She's going to try and do her best as well to break in. I don't give a lot of opportunities for people to break in. So let's get started. Oh, hey, Jen.
Hey, yeah, I'm just gonna have to be more of a bully than I am normally, I guess. So, but we also came up with something else that I think is gonna be fun. I think you guys are gonna enjoy it. I was trying to add it on to the stream before, but shockingly, Jay was too fast, and I wasn't able to get it on in time. We're gonna have a little special bonus.
Me being too fast shouldn't be shocking to anybody.
No. I mean, you're not on time, but you're quick, I guess. There is a fun bonus that I've got for people to. I think you guys will enjoy it. So it's going to need an additional $150 on top of our gift goal, and I promise it will not disappoint.
I hate this so much, by the way. I know how this is going to go. I know how uncomfortable this is going to be for me. Jen wants to go back to the old days when I used to have to read like really horrific things and get embarrassed. And Jen's been longing to go back to those days, and it sounds like she found something.
Yeah. So I don't know if you want to add it on because I can't do it now. But like the little bonus.
I don't know how to do that. You'll just have to remind him. I'm not going to
cheerlead this. I'll just remind everybody for that, because I promise you will not be disappointed. You will enjoy it. So it's going to be an additional bonus. So I'll remind everybody as we're going through.
It's going to be awkwardly sexual, just so you guys know. It's going to be uncomfortably, awkwardly sexual, something that I have to read. I heard a clip of it, so I know some of the stuff that I'm going to have to say, and I'm not happy about that.
Yeah, so it'll be fun. So I just to try to lighten up some of the traumatic stuff that we're dealing with currently. So, but yeah, there's that. So if you guys haven't subscribed, please do that. Like the stream on TikTok. Let's get up to 50K likes on TikTok. Like the live on YouTube, and I guess bits on Twitch. I don't know how that all goes. So yeah, it's on.
Nobody guessed the hat today because I've only probably worn this. How are we already? Look, Jen, we already it's got in trouble with TikTok. Already. It contains low visual quality or static imagery. That's what we're in trouble for today. That's crazy. That's so crazy. Can't repost. Yeah, I literally just got. Is my image low quality or static? Do I need to do this all day long and get whiplash? That's crazy. Yeah, I have no idea. TikTok just fucking hates me. We all know what this is about on TikTok. They don't want that out there. I will say this: like, I don't see. If I go through, like, if I'm scrolling, I never get into anybody's lives. Oh, it could have been my intro. Oh, that's a good point, Dennis. Thanks, Dennis. It is probably my intro. Maybe the appeal will work. Good point. I wonder if we could figure out how to like start TikTok later or something. So it doesn't, you're too zoomed in. How dare you? It's the Niners gear. It's the Niners gear in the back. Nick Shirley's on the news today. Cool. No, I'm not going to cry about it. If you're still dumb enough to believe Nick Shirley after all the time, like, I'm not going to spend all my time trying to convince you guys not to be dumb. We've laid out the argument. Nick Shirley didn't expose any fraud. He's just a grifter. In fact, tomorrow we're going to go over a hearing. I was watching the congressional hearing they held yesterday on Minnesota, on the fraud in Minnesota. It's honestly fucking pathetic. Also, they're admitting, so just to give you a heads up, and we'll cover it tomorrow, but the Republicans brought in like I think it's 4 lawmakers from Minnesota, and the Democrats have their 1 witness. And the 4 lawmakers in Minnesota, all of their opening statements talk about how for years, multiple years, they've been trying to bring this story to light. They've been working with the government. They're talking about Tim Walz's investigations. They're talking about their investigations. And they admit that they already knew all the stuff that Nick Shirley exposed, and it's already been out there publicly. In fact, they share their own statements that they put out 6 months ago, 8 months ago, 12 months ago. I don't know. I guess they just know who their base is. Like, their base is never going to figure this out. But they literally are doing a hearing admitting that they funneled this information to Nick Shirley and that it's been out there forever and that just Republicans didn't know about it. So we'll cover that tomorrow. But if you're still dumb enough to think Nick Shirley like knows what he's doing and that he's not just an obvious plant, then I'm not going to spend that much more time arguing it with you. It's pretty obvious at this point. And everything about the MAGA ideology has been exposed in the last 3 weeks. That you believe nothing. There's nothing that you actually stand for. There's nothing that you believe. You will flip on a dime. Like, we went from yesterday, before this shooting in Minnesota, we were covering J6, and the entire chat was filled with MAGA talking about how it was unjustified that the police beat up MAGA protesters, fought back against MAGA protesters on J6, that the shooting of Ashley Babbitt was unjustified. Donald Trump on his own website said it was unjustified, no warning, even though warnings were given. So we spent all day with MAGA like bashing the police, and then halfway through the stream, or I guess with an hour left of the stream, there's a shooting, and every one of them just whoop, flipped. Comply. You have to comply. If you get close to the police, they get to shoot you. You literally, like, we watched you all do it in real time. We watched you change your opinion on how you interact with the police in real time. So take confidence knowing, everybody else, that one of 2 things is true. Either our country is filled with dipshits with no morals at all, or they're just the loudest right now and everybody else is kind of staying quiet. I actually messaged Admir last night, and I don't know this creator, but I was just scrolling through lives last night and I came across a creator. He's a right winger, and I'm sure when I say his name, you guys aren't going to like him, but his name was Enzo. And he disagrees with me on what happened in Minnesota. I'm trying to set up a discussion with him with Admir, and I hope he accepts the invite to have this discussion. But he was booting people off of his own live because his people on his side of the aisle were coming up saying, like, we should just shoot all protesters, all lefties, all immigrants. And he's like, no, there's a thing called due process. And it was like, it's such a low bar, but I was so happy to hear one Republican talk about due process. I was like, oh, fuck, that's great. One guy. Well, everybody else was just, it was all hysterical. It was all the same thing. They tried to run him over and that cop was justified. We'll get to that later. Everybody else has the exact same opinion. So I was just happy to see at least one person have a slight amount of nuance. And the pushback from the chat was wild. Like, there are people in the chat that were mad at him for having like some sort of nuance. I looked at the numbers in all these lives. The numbers were way down. I just don't think that most Americans see it the way MAGA does, because MAGA sees it like this. They just, Donald Trump, Donald Trump, Donald Trump. ICE is on our side. Defend ICE. And that's why we're getting this type of reaction today. So anyways, stay tuned. I'll see if I can figure out a time to have that conversation with Enzo. I think it would be good. I hope so. And I hope that they're willing to set it up. But in the meantime, while we are destroying our own country from within, This administration is also abandoning all of our allies. This announcement coming from the Trump administration today.
National organizations. That includes United Nations related agencies, along with commissions and advisory panels that focus on climate, energy, labor, gender policy, and migration. Secretary of State Marco Rubio saying,
stop there. Just go back a little bit. We're withdrawing from these organizations because...
Video.
Oh, shit. Thank you. Do you think, how many times do you think I'll have to do this before I show the video? Do you think, how many more weeks of this before I ever show the video? Let me start it over actually then for you.
National organizations. That includes United Nations related agencies, along with commissions and advisory panels that focus on climate, energy, labor, gender policy, and migration.
Why do these not align with us? Now, I get why you guys said gender policy. I don't know why you care what other countries' policies are on gender. But are we just being a little too honest now? A dog just jumped up on my window. My neighbor's dog is funny, but it scared the shit out of me. Climate? We're just done with that? Have we decided that we don't care about climate anymore? And energy? If other people are doing green energy and clean air, clean water, we're not part of that anymore. Labor? This is pretty telling here. In America, we believe that rich people should own labor, that everybody here that has a boss. In America, for some reason, we've decided that one person should own your labor and that you shouldn't own your labor. And so other countries where they allow the people to own their own labor, I guess we're against that now too. Gender policy and migration. We're just abandoning our allies for just like on petty political grounds. Like, since when do we need to have the same politics as our allies in order to work with them?
Migration. Secretary of State Marco Rubio saying we will not continue expending resources, diplomatic capital, and the legitimizing weight of our participation in institutions that are irrelevant or in conflict with our interests.
Like, are we just telling the whole world like we're in charge now? Can I elaborate on what owning your own labor is? Yeah. Your labor provides value. And the key difference between people who would advocate for socialism and capitalism is that if you provide labor, you get to participate in the profits, in the rewards. And under capitalism, there's like a set amount that your labor is worth. So you work you work 80 hours at a company or 40 hours a week at a company. They're going to pay you $20 an hour. At the end of the year, maybe they take home $50 million in profit, but you don't get any of that. You don't get to share in that. Your labor is just that dollar value that they assign to you. And so in a lot of these other places, in a lot of other countries, they've said, like, we're going to take your labor and your labor has value. And sometimes that labor that has value also says, like, we're going to give you things like maternity leave or 6 weeks vacation. I think if Asta Sophia is here, I think in Iceland they have like 6 weeks vacation. But America has just been like a work your hands to the bone, work for an employer, and they dictate what you're worth. Does that make sense? Again, I'm not saying like you can have whatever position you want on that, but for some reason we've now decided that we won't be allies with people who have a different labor policy than us. See, Richard, this is the problem with all of you. Like, you're incapable of this conversation. I literally just said, like, that's our policy. Other countries have a different policy. Why can't they have that policy? Why won't we? Why won't we just work with them? What do you mean, start my own company? I did start my own business. I own my own labor. What are you talking? This is what I do. This is my job. I own all of my own labor. Whatever proceeds I bring in, I own. And Jen does too. Like, that's how this works with me and Jen. Whatever we make, it is based on percentages, and that's what she gets. That's what I get. So we practice that. You can do that in this country. There's co-ops in this country I've said this before, but one of our mods works for a very conservative Christian co-op. It's a construction co-op. And they, at the end of the year, whatever profits they have, they split that with membership. And you have ownership in the company. So you can do that here. It's not like you're required to do it a different way. I'm just saying, like, so even in our own country where we have different labor ideas and we operate under different labor ideals, for some reason now we're getting out of agreements with our allies because they're doing socialism. I don't know. I don't even understand like what you guys. I'm very frustrated with MAGA and your talking points. You all say the same thing every day. If you say that Democrats don't want you to own anything, I don't get it. Like, when have we ever said you don't get to own anything? What policy has said you don't get to own anything? Why? Because we advocate taxing rich people more? Who says you should? It's Democrats who have been trying to pass legislation. In fact, by the way, Donald Trump yesterday just agreed with one of Harris's policies. Now Donald Trump is talking about building more houses. He's literally like stealing Kamala Harris's housing policy. And he said yesterday, kudos to the Trump administration, that he doesn't believe corporations should be able to buy houses. That's the argument I've been having with MAGA for 4 years. Now you're all going to agree. You're all suddenly going to agree. Raise your hand if you agree that corporations shouldn't be buying houses in the chat. Trump said that yesterday. For the first time I've ever heard a Republican say that. But that's what I've been talking about, and I've been debating that with MAGA for 3 years. You guys have been around. You've watched me debate it with them. And they're all like, no, that's bad. No, they should be able to own it. And now Trump's saying it, and they will all change their minds. Which just goes to show that it's not about like who makes the better argument. It's about who says it. If I say it, I'm a commie. If Trump says it, it's just good sense. Good, it is. That's a good thing. Good job by the Trump administration. Yeah, that's what, I don't know if Obama said, if you have a business, it's not yours. I'll take you at face value there, Patrick. But I would, like, that's what he's saying. Obama's an advocate that everybody owns their own labor. So if you have a business, when he says it's not yours, he's not saying it's the government's. He's saying the employees. Like, everybody should share in that. You can disagree with him there. You can say that you think that the owner should make all the decisions. But yeah, Obama, at least before he was president, said he was a democratic socialist. Just like Mom Donnie. That's what they believe. They believe that if you're working at a company, you should share in the revenue. Remember when I debated older millennial on this and he's like, or no, it was Andrew Wilson. Andrew Wilson's like, actually, wages are revenue. You guys remember that? That's fair. You don't own anything in the U.S. You buy a home, still got to pay property tax. Everybody does that. You still own your home. You just pay taxes. You still own it, right? You can still sell it. But I mean, it's true in America. I just watched a video. It was awesome. This guy in, I want to say it was in Montana. No, it wasn't in Montana. It was in Northern California. The city council had decided that they needed to build, they were building like affordable housing, and they decided they were going to use eminent domain to take his land because they're like, this is really the only spot we can do it. And so he came to court and he had 7 different options. He's like, these are basically identical to my land. And the housing authority was like, well, we haven't done an impact study on those. And the judge was like, do a fucking impact study then. You can't, they were vacant. There were like 7 other options that were vacant. And the judge is like, do an impact study then. You can't just take this guy's land. But we do have that here in this country. To some extent, you're correct. To some extent, the government can come in and say, we're taking this. But there's literally nobody who's ever said, there's no political party who has said, you shouldn't be able to own anything. And if you're somebody who says Democrats don't want you to own anything, you're part of the problem. You're part of why we have this divide. If you don't understand, just listen, shut the fuck up. But don't just say shit. Don't just say dumb shit and then believe it, because that's where we get stuck in this duopoly. You are, honest to God, you are dumb. Uneducated. If you say Democrats don't want you to own anything, that's just wrong. That's like me saying Republicans want you all in concentration camps. You would all say that's silly. Now I could pull up a quote I could probably find a Republican who advocated for throwing lefties in concentration camps, and you'd be like, that's one guy. But that's as dumb as me saying that. Or that's as dumb as me saying, like, oh, Republicans want you all to live in tents. You'd be like, no, of course not. Nobody ever said that. It's the hyperbole. And people take this hyperbole because they don't want to learn stuff, so their entire ideology is just catchphrases. That's what we see in the chat every day. Catchphrase, 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 catchphrase. And that's why we see a struggle to get nuance on any of these positions. Because nobody really wants to be educated or learn new things. They just want to be in the game. I don't think it was, I don't even remember who I was talking to, but actually I think it was just something I tweeted at somebody. But if you look at where we're at right now as a country, you don't have a voice. I don't have a voice. The one thing we should all be able to agree on is the government, right, left, like, they don't give a fuck about what you say. Not one single solitary fuck. If you're a Republican right now that's happy with how things are going, you might feel like, oh, they care about what I have to say. No, they just happen to be in agreement with you. Because if you oppose something that they do, they're going to shut you down. You're going to be run out. Look at Marjorie Taylor Greene. They will run you out. And that's like, I'm on the left. I can't stand Chuck Schumer. I can't stand Hakeem Jeffries. We're begging them every day, fucking do something. Like the Palestine issue was the easiest one in the world for Democrats. Every Democrat should have realized that like 80% of their base was on the side of ending the war, to stop funding Israel's attacks on Palestine, to call it a genocide, and to step in. And we only got like some of the people. Even like Dan Goldman now is still like, oh, I don't know. You know, I do think Israel might have crossed the line a little bit. They don't give a fuck what I have to say. They don't give a fuck what we have to say. All the biggest voices on our side of the aisle are all saying, like, free Palestine, end this. And we still can't get Democrats to do it. Why? Why is that? They don't have to. So what are all of us? Republicans, Democrats, middle, what are we right now? We're fans. We're watching the game. We're spectators. And when you get in this fight, when we're constantly fighting right versus left, understand that you're fighting Niners Seahawks this weekend. Congratulations to the Seahawks fans that are here. Fuck you guys. But that's what we're doing, right? Like, I could be like, oh, well, the Niners could have played well, but you had that tipped pass. The refs were cheating. Cool. We can all have an opinion. But can I change anything in that game? Is there anything I can do as a fan to change the outcome of a football game? No. It's the same here. It's the same with politics. I don't believe that the majority of Americans want to see this type of shit with what happened with ICE yesterday. I just don't. I don't believe anybody wanted to see that. But then when it happened, we all took sides. We just split up and we take our sides. Instead of acknowledging, like, let's just be honest. That person didn't, like, what was she doing that was going to cause harm? Not a lot. Like, if she was impeding traffic, what's the worst she could have done? Slowed them down for a minute? I think without context, if we were just to tell you, like, we just told you a story, like, hey, there's this lady and she was blocking the road, and then police came up and tried to pull her out of the car, and she didn't want to get out of the car, so she drove away. She either hit the officer or didn't hit the officer. Did she deserve to die? I think most people would be like, no, probably not. Probably didn't deserve to die. It's not what any of us want. None of us want to see this. And that's why there's such an emotional reaction. And that's why, like, the conversation then became like rhetoric. And it was just immediately line up to take a side. We don't have a voice because we continue to just cheerlead. That stuff's got to change. And tomorrow we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about Citizens United tomorrow. And we're going to talk about how we all lost our voice. How our voice doesn't matter one goddamn bit anymore. And because of that, because we lost our voice, and because most of you work hard, right? Most of you have jobs. Most of you have families. Most of you have hobbies. You don't want to just sit around and study politics all day. So you're left with whatever they give you, whatever they tell you. So you have these big money groups that come in and they tell our politicians what to do and what to say. And then our politicians give their side of the argument and the other side gives their side. And you tend to agree with one side more than the other. And so you line up and you're on that side. But who gave them those talking points? Do you think it's them? No. Are they listening to you? No. Nobody's listening to you. Nobody's listening to any of us. Today, collectively, me and people like me, streamers much bigger than me, we will get views that completely dwarf any mainstream media or cable news organization. Our voices are the most prominent voices today. And will it change what our government does? Probably not. I don't care. So it's a bizarre thing to like shout into the void and actually be this angry at each other when we weren't there yesterday. We don't get to make a change here. And it's never been more obvious that nothing we say, no protest, it doesn't seem to change anything. And so we've got to give ourselves power back. We've got to figure out some way to get power back. And that's going to be getting money out of politics. Whatever side you're on, like, if you think getting money out of politics isn't probably like the most important thing we can do to get our voice back, then I don't know what to tell you. I guess enjoy not having a voice. This was yesterday. I thought this was actually really, really good. This is Melanie Stansbury from New Mexico. Exhausted, exasperated, frustrated. There's a lot of important things we could talk about right now, and instead they're talking about this.
There are days, increasingly so, when I cannot believe my eyes and my ears in this chamber. It's about 7:00 p.m. East Coast time, and it has been a long day. I just came from the Oversight Committee where we just subpoenaed additional witnesses in the Epstein investigation, including potential co-conspirators in the crimes of Jeffrey Epstein. We spent several hours today getting a classified briefing on what happened in the unauthorized invasion of Venezuela by this administration.
Is it sober Hellraiser? We haven't had a voice in far too long. Agreed. Danielle said Canada offers an option for up to 18 months of combined parental leave, which can be shared between parents. There are many countries like this. Asta Sophia said 6 weeks paid vacation, 10 to 12 months maternity leave. They can split between mother and father. No problem to jump from work to go to doctors and dentists without having a day off. Marianne, thanks for the super chat. Also, Asta Sophia said Dollar Train for you and Jen. And Axe said to start. Thank you very much, guys. There we go.
And the capture of a foreign leader as our president and his administration are threatening to invade other foreign countries and have failed the most basic constitutional duty of seeking the consent of Congress and advising members of Congress. And today we forced a vote on this floor, forcing all of you to ensure that we vote to save the Affordable Care Act for millions of Americans to have health care. And so you have to understand, Mr. Speaker, how absolutely inane and bizarre it is to come to the floor at 7 p.m. for the first real bill of this Congress this year and have it be on shower heads. Now, when I heard
That's right. Shower heads. I didn't see that, Danielle. Send it to me in Discord, will you?
We were going to be voting on shower heads. I literally had to go Google and look up what this was all about. And, you know, I was actually genuinely shocked that the president, of course, had signed an executive order in April demanding that we change the efficiency standards for shower heads. And as I often do, I went down a rabbit hole and in fact started pulling up pictures of the kind of shower heads that we're talking about. And so it's fascinating to me, Mr. Speaker, to hear the impassioned pleas for regular working people to take high pressure showers in motels, because that's not why Donald Trump signed an executive order.
I swear, Republicans held a hearing yesterday on the water pressure of shower heads. That's what the Republicans thought was very important yesterday.
On this issue. No, Donald Trump likes his big fancy showers with multiple heads. We're talking about rich people showers. These aren't even like everyday showers. And so my question, Mr. Speaker, is why on God's green earth, on the first full day that this Congress is back in 2026, are the Republicans using the floor time in the midst of armed conflict and daily corruption by this administration to run a bill on rich people showers for Donald Trump?
And make no mistake, that's why they're doing it. Because Trump's been talking about this, God knows why. Nobody knows why the fuck Trump has been campaigning on shower heads. This is not a problem. And so Republicans in Congress, with all this going on, they're like, you know what's really important to cover today? Shower heads, because then Daddy Trump will be very happy with us. So we're having a hearing on fucking shower heads. This is what I mean when I say, like, we don't have a voice. None of you voted for this. I know that it frustrates you that we're pointing out that that the Republican Party is pathetic right now, but you didn't vote for this. So swallow your pride a little bit and admit this is fucking dumb.
I mean, it's just absolutely amazing. And so, Mr. Speaker,
no, you didn't. Mock Machine, explain to me what they're debating then. What did you vote for on shower heads? What do we need to do here? You have no idea. Explain to me what the problem with these shower heads is.
I would like to take the opportunity, I have a little less than a minute left in my time, to offer to yield to my colleague across the aisle, Mr. Guthrie, to answer one simple question.
The incels don't shower anyways.
Did Mr. Donald Trump ask you to run a shower head bill today on the House floor?
Yeah.
I yield.
Yeah.
The question I've been asking ever since we got here is, since we've been working on the bills, Mr. Speaker.
Speaker, I'll reclaim my time. If
It's
the chairman,
why
I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I will reclaim my time. If my colleague across the aisle cannot answer a simple question about why we are running legislation on the United States House floor on shower heads, I think we rest our case.
Yeah. That's what you guys did. Worst debater in the history of YouTube live streams? Oh man, Colby, that's tough. Sorry, bud. I'm working on it. I'm not debating, but I'll work on it. I'll try and see if I can up my rating. You seem very upset this morning, and I hope your day gets better, sweetheart. Big feelings this morning. Why aren't we talking about Epstein? Why is Congress not talking about Venezuela? Why are we doing nothing of importance? In fact, tomorrow when we show the Minnesota hearing that they did yesterday, you're going to realize how pathetic it is. You're going to realize just how pathetic Republicans are and how little they have. They have absolutely nothing to talk about because they don't want to talk about these things. Here is Becca Day. We've covered her a bunch. I highly recommend following her over on TikTok. BEKAHDA. I think it's YY. I don't know if it's
Bruce
YY.
is that Paula Zampoli, who is there are a lot of
triple Y at the end. BEKAHDAYYY. Follow her. But new investigation from Becca Day, again showing that the Trump administration is complicit with Epstein, and there are still people in this administration who were doing the crimes with Epstein, people who abuse women, and then use their role in the government to silence these women. This is probably why we're not talking about Epstein.
Bruce is that Paula Zampoli, who is in our current administration, left on the mother of his child. All right, y'all, I have a little bit of a Paula Zampoli update for you guys. So I have to be very careful with the information that I can share with you guys.
Oh, Tony, I don't hate God. I just don't think that he's real. I don't hate things that aren't real. I hate when people use God to be cruel, but I don't hate things that I don't believe are real. I just don't believe they're real.
There are a lot of moving pieces. Can't tell you everything I know right now, but I can tell you everything that I have been given permission to share. Before we dive into this, if you have not watched my Paula Zampoli playlist, please go watch that and come back. Or you can read the article on my Substack to get caught up. But for everyone who's caught up, let's dive into the update. So I have recently had the privilege of connecting with my new friend, Amanda Ungaro, who we have been covering extensively over on my page since July. So just—
We are all God? I thought we were all Charlie Kirk. Now I'm confused. Fuck. I thought I had this down. I thought we were all Charlie Kirk. I guess now we're all God.
This is like a very surface level refresh so that you can understand the gravity of this situation. Amanda Ungaro is Paolo Zampoli's ex and mother of his child. Paolo Zampoli works in the current Trump administration, and he was involved in the first administration as well. Paolo Zampoli is also on the board of the Kennedy Center. He is the modeling agent who brought Melania to the United States for Donald Trump. Paolo Zampoli and Donald Trump go back to the 90s. They were both modeling agents together. They were both real estate moguls together. They had a very, very similar career path, and they are now both in the White House. In June, Paolo Zampoli, who was actively...
We're going to discuss how weird it is, Republicans, that Donald Trump had a modeling agency, and he would hold these events where him and his older friends would sit front row and watch young, sometimes underage girls walk and turn around, and they would judge them. Are we ever going to talk about how weird that is? No, we're not. Is it just something that you guys wish you could do too? Is that why we're not going to talk about how weird that is?
Going through a custody battle with Amanda Ungaro, had Amanda wrongfully arrested and held in an ICE detention facility for nearly 4 months before she was ultimately deported back to Brazil. Amanda is not just the baby mama and ex of a man in the current administration. Amanda was a victim and a witness to Jeffrey's network as she was on Jeffrey's plane at 17 years old alongside Jean-Luc Brunel. Paolo began pursuing Amanda at the age of 15 years.
This is why I like the right mock machine. I appreciate you. He said, bro's literally using TikTok as a source. These are all sources. Do you see these things that she's showing? She's showing her work. Just because something's on TikTok doesn't mean TikTok is the source. I do think that one thing that would be great is mandatory education for MAGA on what a source is and how to assess journalism. You can fact check any of these things. But if you are a person who discredits something because it's on TikTok, you're not really a person worth listening to. Some things on TikTok are true, some things aren't. If you want to refute anything she says, you're welcome to do so. But that's a weird thing to do, and you guys do that every day.
Paolo would continue to pursue her throughout her teens until they would eventually get together. Now, what do we call that, folks? That is the behavior of a predator grooming their prey. As someone who works in our current administration, our tax dollars are going towards his paycheck. What does he do with that power? On our dime, with his power in the White House, on our dime, he terrorizes women. He puts his hands on women. He takes advantage of women and young girls in every way imaginable. These are...
I sound like a college white chick, so educated, Michael Morris? Is that what you're saying? I sound educated? My bad, dog.
Bruises that Paolo Zampoli, who is in our current administration, left on the mother of his child. And Amanda is far from the only girl that Paolo has left bruised and violated. We remember in like episode 2 or 3 of my Paolo playlist, we talked about a victim of Paolo's who was R-worded by Paolo in his diplomatic residence in New York City in October of 2023 after a United Nations event. And this is not something new to Paolo. Paolo's not new to this. He's true to this. He has been terrorizing women and young girls since he was a teenager, attached to the hip to John Casablancas, another notorious child predator. Amanda was lured into this ring, into this network, Jeffrey's network, as a little girl with dreams of having a successful modeling career. And those men who lured her in, including Paolo Zampoli, plain and simply subjected her to unforgivable evil. Like, Amanda went from spending holidays at Mar-a-Lago to being locked in an ICE detention facility for nearly 4 months, silenced, deported, and traumatized at the hands of the people that she used to break bread with. Amanda is not only a victim and a witness to many things that occurred within Jeffrey's ring, she is plain and simply a victim of Paolo Zampoli, who sits in our current administration. Here's where I'm gonna leave it for now. I've spoken with Amanda, we are in contact. There are many things in the works. There will be a lot more that I'll be able to share soon. Amanda's safety and success in the current endeavors that are shaken right now are the priority, but I did want to let you know that things are shaken. And the last thing I'll say without saying too much is there are some really brave and really angry women out there who are hungry for justice, for themselves, for each other, for survivors as a whole. And they're gonna get it, come hell or high water. And anyone with half a brain will not stand in their way. But that's all I have for you guys for this one. I will see you in the next one.
Just a reminder, we were supposed to have all of the Epstein files. We have about 2% of them. On the 5th, we were supposed to have an explanation for anything we didn't have or was redacted, and we don't have an explanation for that. And so if you are somebody who is covering for this administration, just know you are on the side of Jeffrey Epstein, which is a weird side to be on, unless you yourself enjoy abusing children, in which case then I guess it makes sense. But it's weird. All right. This is a message from Nadia. Nadia said, "Hello, new listener. I was sworn in as a U.S. citizen yesterday, the same day as the murder of Renee Nicole Good. It was a bittersweet day. I just wanted to show my love or my support and thank you for all that you do each day. With love, Nadia." Nadia, congratulations. Welcome. And what a terrible way to celebrate your citizenship here. But thanks for sharing that with us. Natalie said, "To get the gifting started, thank you." Betsy said, "I'm here for the bonus." Brittany said, "Glad my company does profit sharing." Thanks, guys. I'll update that number here in just a minute. Let's talk about what JD Vance and his friends are up to. Now, raise your hand if you think JD Vance sounds like a white nationalist. Just raise your hand real quick if you think that. Raise your hand if you MAGA. Do you think JD Vance plays identity politics? Do we think he does that? I think JD Vance is funded by a bunch of racist apartheid South Africans, and they have hidden their racism for a long time, and now it's just coming out. You'll remember JD Vance just a couple weeks ago said, "You don't have to apologize for being white anymore," which is a crazy thing because I've, as far as I know, I've been white my entire life, and I've never once apologized for being white, not once. And I'm on the left. I'm somebody who believes in privilege. I'm somebody who believes in fragility. Not once has anybody talking to me about white supremacy or fragility or entitlement or generational wealth. Not once has anybody asked me to apologize for being white. Not one single time. I've never heard of anybody being required to apologize for being white. I have felt at times that people wanted me to acknowledge the history of our country and the way that historically we have treated people of color, and how white people in this country were treated differently, and how that has given white people in this country a leg up and generational wealth, interactions with police, your ability to get loans, stuff like that. I've had people explain that to me so I could acknowledge it, but not once has anybody ever asked me to apologize for being white. I can't think of a single example ever where I've seen somebody be asked to apologize for being white. Do you? Do you guys know any time? Never heard of that. So when JD Vance said you no longer have to apologize for being white, I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. It feels like the war on Christmas. As a white guy who never had to apologize for being white, I've also never seen a war on Christmas. As long as I've been alive, we've been saying Merry Christmas. We've been celebrating Christmas. That was also fake. Most of the stuff that your politicians tell you to be afraid of, and of these war on whatever, those are all fake. They don't mean any of that stuff. And JD Vance just continues to lie and play identity politics. Before I get to that, though, I want to show you what Elon Musk retweeted today. "If white men become a minority, we will be slaughtered. Remember, if non-whites openly hate white men while white men hold a collective majority, then they will be 1,000 times more hostile and cruel when they are a majority over whites. White solidarity is the only way to survive." You can no longer say Elon Musk is not a white nationalist or a white supremacist. This is what he retweeted today. Yep, actually retweeted it. That's not even, how do you interpret that any differently? Yeah. Let's take care of this, Atlantic. I'm a white grandson of Italian immigrants. I've been dirt poor entire life, had a single mom. Where's all this privilege I have? I'm Sicilian. American people think I'm Iranian. Where's my privilege? Well, look, privilege isn't you don't always like have privilege in every situation. When you're looking at times when privilege exists, it's not always, right? Like you don't I grew up in a white town. Virtually everybody where I grew up was white. So then, even then, like if you were a poor white person, you wouldn't be as privileged as a rich white person. Would we agree with that? That in white communities, the people with privilege are the ones with more money? Would we agree with that? I don't remember who it was that said that. It was would we agree with that? That rich white people have more privilege? No, nothing I'm saying is racist. That's silly. You don't agree. Okay. So if you grow up with more money, in fact, here's a good example. Of all of it was something like of all the billionaires under the age of 30, and this was like 4 years ago, so these numbers obviously have changed, but of all the billionaires under the age of 30, it was like 98% of them were born into that wealth. They inherited that money. That would be privilege, right? Yeah, okay. So if we live in a country where wealth, the accumulation of wealth, couldn't went to white people early on, and even the ability, like most of us, our wealth, our net worth is wrapped up in what our home. That's usually most of our biggest assets. So when you look at somebody's net worth, the average American, most of that is going to be the value of their home. Well, if white Americans had a 200-year head start, then that would be privileged. For example, like my dad also grew up poor. My dad was I don't even know, working class, like farming. They were I think there were 11 kids in their family. My dad grew up very poor, and he worked hard, but he got a free education. And it was even if he didn't get a free education, it was a religious school. So based on his religion, which when he went to college, the religion he was a part of didn't even allow black people to hold like leadership positions. So he had privilege there inside of that church. But eventually, when my grandparents died, my father inherited a substantial amount of money from the land that they owned. Now that land was given to them by their church. It was handed down. And when they moved to Utah, when they came over as pioneers, black people weren't allowed in the state. And so that would be an example of privilege that a black person literally could not have had. A black person could not have inherited what my dad inherited because they couldn't own land. Actually, my grandparents did. Yeah. Well, it's ironic to see somebody in here named Andy Biggs. If you're related, are you related to the Congressman Andy Biggs by chance? The Andy Biggs that's in here? Look how mad they get when you point out privilege. You guys are, this is called fragility. What you're doing now is fragility. I just explained something that is true, and there's no argument against it. Black people couldn't own land in Utah. It was like in the 1850s. So if my dad inherited land that black people couldn't own, that would be an example of privilege. Are you, Andy? Andy, are you related to the Congressman Andy Biggs by chance? You're not his son who shot somebody at Walmart, are you? What was Andy Biggs' son that shot somebody at Walmart? Get his name. What was it? We can pull that up. Did you guys know that the Andy Biggs' son shot somebody? Oh, it is Andy. Is this you? Chad? Is this you? Andrew Chad Biggs? Is this you? Please be you. Tell us about those people. If this is you, tell us about those people you shot while you were an off-duty cop in Chandler, Arizona. Tell us about that. Then we could talk about the privilege of having your daddy be a congressman and basically nothing happened to you. Tell me about that. Is it you or not? All right, we'll move on. See how upset they get when you even just give them like a real event that happened in my life. Like I can just admit that like I benefited from that. I don't have to apologize for being white. Just a reminder, if you guys are just getting here, the reason that the racists are upset right now is that Elon Musk tweeted, "If white men become a minority, we will be slaughtered. Remember, if non-whites openly hate white men while white men hold a collective majority, then they will be 1,000 times more hostile and cruel when they are a majority over whites. White solidarity is the only way to survive." And he retweeted that with a 100 sign, meaning he agrees with that 100%. Then we got JD Vance, who's ramping up his presidential run here, and he's on with Jesse Waters, who's just a real terrific journalism. And now he's going to lie about Mamdani and play identity politics.
Every single day.
Have you been watching this New York Mayor Mamdani guy?
The guy who wants to take all property away from white people?
Yeah.
Huh? What? I'm sorry. Did Mamdani say he was going to take away all property from white people? Did that happen? No. Somebody says no lies told while he tells a lie. Excuse me, what? Listen, if you're a Republican and you're not a racist, this is going to bother you. If you're a Republican and you are a racist, you're just going to agree with this. And we're finding out in real time, like, who the racists are. Drew, is Drew here? Drew, don't you live in New York? I don't remember if you live in New York or not, Drew, but if you do, like, is Mamdani taking away property from white people?
Every single day.
Have you been watching this New York Mayor Mamdani guy?
The guy who wants to take all property away from white people?
Yeah.
Yeah, he seems pretty out there, huh?
Is he a threat?
I mean, you live in New York. He's a threat to you, I'd say.
He sure is. But politically,
is he politically a threat? I mean,
got
look,
some traction.
Yeah. What if people get free use of buses in New York? What if there's government-run grocery stores? Jesse Waters is fucked. I got white in the corner of my mouth. Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you, Birdie Dog. Get that cotton mouth from my meds.
You know, I actually really admired some of his messaging because he focused not on the woke crazy stuff. He wasn't running on white people shouldn't own property.
I'm not a race baiter. He is. I'm just showing you what they said. Good Lord, guys, toughen up, my fellow white brethren. Toughen the fuck up. I'm just playing you words. Relax.
Running on bread and butter issues, which is what I want politicians to focus on. Even if you disagree with their solutions, I would love it.
Wait, hold on. I saw that what you're talking about. You said his housing a point. He said white people's relationship to property will change dramatically. But what was the other part of that, Kenneth? What was the last part of that sentence? Why are you leaving out the last part of that sentence?
If the debate among Democrats and Republicans was, how do we deliver prosperity to the American people? But he runs on actually some pretty common sense bread and butter issues. He gets in there and he sounds like a total crazy person who wants to take your house away because you have the wrong skin color. That's not a threat to me politically. I think it's a threat to our country. But
you have to be an absolute fucking dipshit to hear JD Vance say this and be like, yeah, bro, they're just doing race baiting, fear mongering bullshit. You thin-skinned little bitch boys. I'm tired of all you like Fuentes stands out here like getting offended at fucking everything. White is right. Grow the fuck up. Like JD Vance. Remember when JD Vance was calling Trump Hitler? Remember when JD Vance used to be critical of Trump's identity politics? Remember that? And now he's just like, we're gonna do white nationalism now. Then here's JD Vance trying to explain and telling the truth about Venezuela. Why do we need Venezuelan oil?
absolutely. Thanks for having me.
Taking out a dictator in Venezuela. How does that help the average American?
Well, a few things, Jesse. First of all, what it means is we're going to be able to control the incredible natural resources of Venezuela, which is good for America in a few ways. Number one, it allows us to put leverage on our enemies. Number two, it makes sure that if Americans need high quality, low cost power, we're always going to have access to it. And then the third thing is it does demonstrate American military excellence, which makes people afraid to cross us in the future. Some of the
We're just trying to scare people? Why are you guys all afraid of stuff all the time? Why are you always posturing? This is just like little dick syndrome. We're going to look tough so that nobody will cross us in the future. High quality, low cost power. Yeah, this isn't high quality and it's more expensive. It's actually more, the oil that we'll get from Venezuela is more expensive. We mostly don't use it. We sell it. That's crazy.
Best ways that you maintain the peace is to make it clear that you carry a very strong sword if you ever need to use it.
Since when? Since when? Since when is that how you maintain peace, invading another country? Give me a time when that's worked. Let's get some examples in the chat. When has countries invading other countries and taking out their leadership and occupying them led to more peace? Sellout. Are you calling me a sellout because I'm not a white nationalist? Are you calling me a race traitor right now? Bitch, I don't want to be on your team. Sorry. Your stupidity overrides the skin color. I don't want to be on your team. You guys fucking suck. World War II. We didn't invade and occupy another country. Germany invaded, right? Germany invaded and we went and stopped them. We didn't occupy Germany. We left. Iraq, that did not work well. Are you advocating for Iraq? We didn't invade Japan and occupy Japan either. We didn't take out their leadership. We nuked, we dropped a nuclear or an atomic bomb, on them. Cuba, Colombia, Mexico next. Yeah, okay, yeah. I know, I'm dumb. I know. But when I ask you, I keep asking you questions, Mock Machine, and you just keep saying I'm dumb. It seems like you don't have real answers. You're just an angry elf today. Speaking of angry elves, I saw a picture of Nick Fuentes yesterday standing next to a normal-sized human, and it was alarming. He looks like a turtle. That's your guy, by the way. Let me check comments real quick. Did Andy Biggs ever answer if he's Andy Biggs' son? If you are, you're such a fucking pussy. And your dad is my congressman, and your dad fucking sucks if that's your dad. And you should call him and tell him that I said that. Christy said, white privilege doesn't mean your life isn't hard. It means your skin color doesn't make it harder. Thank you. That's a better way of explaining it. Brent said, time to vote the GOP out. You both rock. Thanks for your attention on what matters. Ryan said, for the day, I'm not sure I can take the wacko MAGA today. I was super pissed yesterday. Christy, thanks for joining the Dollar Train. Appreciate you. What's up, Jen?
Hey.
Hey.
Yeah. We've got our usual angry people. And no, they didn't answer, and I doubt that they're related, but the Andy on YouTube, I doubt they're related.
Could be, though.
But I mean, maybe they're just like an Andy stan, which would be weird.
Well, Andy Biggs, you did answer? Oh, sorry, I didn't know. You said your name is Rob? Got it. All right. Well, Andy Biggs, the congressman, he's unremarkable too. He just worships Donald Trump, and that's how he's got a platform now. But,
yeah. I mean, that's how a lot of people have platforms anymore. It's just, sucking on that teat, Donald Trump. Speaking of,
how are you transitioning sucking on a teat? I'm anxious to hear this transition.
For Donald Trump.
Oh, okay.
So, reminding everybody about our gift goal. It's up in the, depending on where you're watching, top left-hand corner or the bottom on Twitch, I believe. You probably need to update the total balance that we have right now. So yeah, this is our job. We do this each day, Monday through Friday, from 8:30 to 8:30 to noon-ish, because it kind of fluctuates each day. So yeah, this is our job. So if you guys help knock out that gift goal, that would be fantastic if we could do that sooner. Also today we've got a bonus that we're going for. There's a entertaining thing that RTP will be reading if we hit this bonus, an additional 150 bonus, and we'll update those totals. So I promise it's worth it. So if you guys want to help knock out that goal with the extra bonus, you'll get something that's a little extra entertaining. And the pivot that I just made may have something to do with it. So just an idea. So also subscribe wherever you're watching. If you're a paid member on any of the channels, we have members only events. We typically we've been doing them on Monday nights. We were watching Dope Sick, the episodes of Dope Sick. I think we got 2 more left?
Yeah, 2 more.
So if you guys join us, if you're a paid member, you can join us for those. If you guys disagree with RTP, you don't have to stay in the comments. You can actually have a conversation with him. And how you do that is you message me on Discord. My Discord username is the same
Hold on 1 second. Somebody mute Andy Biggs for the rest of this live. Andy, you can say whatever you want to me. We don't disrespect women here. You fucking pussy.
I saw that. I was gonna call him out in a second.
You little pussy. Don't yell at women. Man. I know it makes you mad when women are speaking, but you don't get to do that around here. Sorry.
Probably. So it's whatever. Fragile men don't bother me.
I know they bother me.
Yeah, I know. So my Discord username is the same as the Venmo. It doesn't cost you anything. Just send me a message on Discord, and I can bring you up and have a conversation with RTP in real time. Check out the link link tree in the bio. We're on most social media platforms. We've got merch. Jay's on Cameo, and we upload these episodes to Spotify. So, did I tell you that I caught my spawn chewing on electrical cords?
I didn't. You didn't tell me that.
I grounded her until she can conduct herself properly.
I hope she's all right. So I'm laughing at incels calling people simps for being nice to women. That's incredible. You guys, come on. You can't. You're all programmed. There was 80 of you at the same time saying the same thing. It's pathetic. You guys you're all on the same programming. Update the fucking software. That's crazy to watch all of you in real time. Nick would be so proud of us for calling this man a simp for being nice to women. Somebody go tell Nick that we called this guy a simp. We're beating each other off as we speak. Jesus Christ. Get an update. Nobody fucking cares about you anymore. I don't know why you're so goddamn angry. All right. I'm going to skip 7 and 8 here because they're a little bit longer, and I do want to get, so we might catch back up at the end of the live here. But I want to just cover a couple of things that I didn't get to the other day in the way that Republicans have just been so disingenuous about Venezuela. Remember, they just lied over and over and over again about why we were invading Venezuela. And they consistently still to this day talk about how Venezuela is importing fentanyl, which they're not. And every time they're confronted, they admit that that didn't happen, but they need their voting bloc to stay stupid and stay mad. And by the way, for the Republicans that are here, you guys are doing an excellent job. You are staying remarkably stupid. You are doing exactly what they want. And so from the bottom of my heart, on behalf of the GOP, thank you for remaining so stupid that you still say that Venezuela was about fentanyl, which it never was. But here's Alex Witkoff. A reminder, this is Steve Witkoff's son. This is somebody who's made hundreds of millions of dollars in crypto scams under this administration. And he said, yesterday my family would have been celebrating my brother Andrew's 37th birthday. Instead, he's gone, overtaken by a drug overdose, which is horrific. Drug overdoses are a national catastrophe, and now the #1 killer of Americans ages 18 to 45. It's surreal that on Andrew's birthday, President Trump successfully captured Nicolas Maduro, an illegitimate narco-terrorist dictator with an active U.S. arrest warrant since the Biden administration. His drug networks have helped poison an entire generation of Americans. Anyone who defends Maduro is turning their back on the tens of millions of American families affected by this drug overdose crisis every single day. And I just wanted to show you the community note. Andrew Witkoff died from an OxyContin overdose. OxyContin is an opioid and was developed by Purdue Pharma. OxyContin is not related to Venezuela or President Maduro, who's accused of trafficking cocaine into the United States. Cocaine is a stimulant, not an opioid. And by the way, what are we doing? Are we still letting people get hooked on opioids? Yep. What happened to the Sacklers? See how they'll just take literally anything and tell you this story, this about a tragic thing that happened to their brother, but then they pathetically use their own brother's death to get you to support an invasion of a foreign country. Thanks, everybody coming in from the RJ raid. Isn't that sick? On this day, I'd like to use my brother's death to lie on Twitter. That's gross. That's gross by the Witkoff. Now, the Witkoffs are a dirtbag fucking family. They're all criminals. So you should expect that. But what an absolute dirtbag move to stand on the grave of your brother to justify a regime change war that had nothing to do with the death of your brother. That's pathetic. What happened to the FDA after being bribed by Purdue Pharma? I think the lead counsel from the FDA became lead counsel for Purdue. Yeah, basically nothing, Drew. Yeah, we haven't really done anything. I'm defending uppers. Yeah, thank you. No, Corn Pop. And Corn Pop, you have to start being honest or I'm going to just block you all the time. You know that that's not what I'm doing. You know that I'm mocking him for using his brother's death and from opioids for Venezuela. And Corn Pop, I am getting real tired of you just like lying. And all of you, I don't know what the fuck's wrong with you. Every last one of you. You take anything anybody says and you just try and find offense. He said that this guy's lying, so I'm going to change what he's saying. Why are you guys all this bad? Like, what the fuck's wrong with you? Why do you purposely take things out of context? Are you just trying to be stupid on purpose? That's a choice, Corn Pop. It's a choice. You're still saying it. Nobody condoned cocaine. Nobody said that. We said that's not what killed his son. God, man, does his dick taste that good? Is it that good just like stroking this guy? How it makes you feel that good? We're going to own the libs by lying in real time about what they say. I have a strong female mindset. Thank you. I appreciate that. That's very kind, Albert. God damn. You guys are nice today. Like educated, I think that's what you're saying. I know women are more educated than men, so I assume that's what you mean by the mindset. Guessing. All right. Here was Rand Paul, who's been very opposed to this regime change operation in Venezuela. He went on with Maria Bartiromo, and you'll see here, like this is exactly what I'm talking about. Maria Bartiromo knows that fentanyl doesn't come from Venezuela. All of these people know. But they say it anyways because that's what Donald Trump says, and they're all living inside of his rectum. And so they have to say it. And when they get pushback, they always cave. Every fucking time they cave. But they still say it anyways. She's still saying it today. She's been corrected on it a million times, and she still says it. Why? Because of you guys. Because you guys are so fucking dumb that you'll believe it. So the reason they keep saying it, it's not because they're like trying to get the truth out there. It's because they want you guys to keep going along with this, and you're fucking dumb. But Rand Paul's not fucking dumb. And so Rand Paul corrects her.
I think bombing another nation's capital and removing their president is an act of war. Anybody who argues otherwise, I think, has a very difficult argument. So, yes, the Constitution indicates this should go to Congress first.
Well, I mean, you know, in that soundbite we played, you were arguing that, look, you know, I mean, are we going to go and remove somebody in Saudi Arabia? I mean, with all due respect, I think the goal here is to stop the drug and human trafficking into America. And I don't think Saudi Arabia is sending fentanyl into America.
Well, neither is Venezuela. Venezuela doesn't export any fentanyl at all.
Well,
in
what
fact,
about cocaine?
their main product.
What about cocaine?
Well, okay, what about it? Why'd you say fentanyl? Why'd you say it then? It's the talking point. It's for dumb people. It's for you, Colby. It was for you. When she brought up fentanyl, that was for you because you're dumb. And she knows that you'll just repeat it. And when we cover this, you'll react by going after me because you're too dumb and too emotional to be an adult right now.
There is some argument, yes, on the cocaine front that there are people within that country. There are also people within several countries in South America that are producing cocaine. What I would say is, look, there's no love lost for Maduro. I've written a book, The Case Against Socialism. I'm glad he's gone. I've described how teenagers are scrounging for food in Venezuela. Socialism is bad, but there's a bigger picture here also between us making this decision. For 30 years, from 1970 to 2000, the Venezuelan people kept voting in socialists. In the initial elections, they actually voted in Chavez, and most people think the initial elections were likely legitimate. But this is the...
I know, you said, I saw what you said, Colby. You said it doesn't matter. I know, because you're dumb. I read what you said. You don't care. Donald Trump could say, I invaded Venezuela because I was playing a video game and a Venezuelan kid called me a dipshit. And you'd be like, yeah, that's fine. And we'd all bring that up. And we'd be like, this is dumb. And you're like, oh, so what? You're saying Venezuela's good? Yeah, we know you're dumb, and you guys just need a talking point to justify invading another country. This is correct. Why do they keep saying fentanyl? Why does Donald Trump keep saying fentanyl? Why does Kristi Noem keep saying fentanyl? Why does Fox News keep saying fentanyl? Why do all these Republicans in office keep saying fentanyl? They'd stop doing it if you guys didn't let them, but they keep saying it and you run with it. My chat every day, somebody in the chat every single day, multiple people say that they were trafficking fentanyl every single day. You guys you're too dumb to have TV, I think. I think that your privileges should be taken away.
End result of socialism. This is state-sponsored violence that occurred there. But what has to happen now is the people of Venezuela need to choose better. They need to realize that it wasn't just getting a bad person, that this is a bad economic system. So the oil companies have been owned by the Venezuelan government since 1976, the gas companies since 1971. This is not a new thing. So there's a bigger, broader debate we should be having here. And I don't think telling the people of Venezuela, we're coming, the gringos are coming, we're going to run your country, oil companies will come in and run you like we did in the 19th century. I think that even our friends will resist that. And so I think there's a great positive feeling for America now in Venezuela. I don't think we should ruin it by telling them, well, the gringos are coming, the gringos are coming. I think what we should be saying is, now we're going to allow you to assume your sovereignty, for you to make decisions on your oil, and our hope is that you will choose capitalism, not socialism.
Good question, Iceman. Why did Democrats put a $25 million bounty on Maduro last year when he lost his election? Because they wanted information on Maduro, and that bounty was for information, right? It wasn't to kill him. It wasn't to extradite him. It was specifically like, if somebody would have kidnapped Maduro, they wouldn't have got the $25 million. It was for information. That's why. Again, nobody's defending Maduro here. Not anybody's defending Maduro. I'm just wondering why they lie to you about it. Why don't they just tell the truth? It's about oil. You all know it's about oil. You all know that it's not about drugs. If it was about drugs, Trump wouldn't have pardoned Hernandez. You all know goddamn well that this is not about drugs. But there's some people who just watch Fox News every night, and they just want Fox News knows if they tell them it's about drugs, they'll be cool with it. Because there are a lot of people in this country who, if you say we're going to take their oil, they're not going to be okay with it. You guys will, because you're okay with whatever. But a lot of people aren't. And so that's why Fox is lying. That's why Republicans are lying. They don't want to admit this is a regime change war for oil, because like 80% of our country thinks what we did in Iraq was wrong, and that was a regime change war for oil. And so they're being very careful. That's why they're lying to you. And you know that. You know that's why they're lying to you. 97% oil is from China? Goes to China. Oh, 70% of China oil is from Venezuela? I don't know if that number's right, but they do get a lot of oil from Venezuela. This was bizarre to me. Bill Barr went on Fox News, and Bill Barr,
now 10:31 here in New York.
Generally, I'm going to speed this up a little bit, but Bill Barr is a very smart person. Bill Barr is well versed on the law. He was the Attorney General. He's been a Justice Department lawyer for a long time. I've never seen Bill Barr read his talking points before. What's strange about what happened here as they brought in Maduro is Bill Barr reading his talking points. But I want to talk to you real quick about why he says the case against Maduro is so strong.
Breaking news yet again, with the ousted Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro will be up before a judge in about 90 minutes now for his arraignment along with his wife here in New York City. They are facing charges of drug trafficking. He faces 4 charges, she faces 3. Former AG, the Attorney General Bill Barr, is with me. Good to have you on. Good morning to you. You were there 5 years ago writing the original indictment. Just
a reminder to those MAGA in the chat, you can come talk to me and correct it. I get information wrong all the time, and I rely on the audience to let me know the information that's wrong. If you're in the chat and you say, you're lying, you're wrong. I don't know what I got wrong, so I can't fix it. So if you want to, if you're interested in me telling the truth and you think that I'm lying, please provide what I'm getting wrong. Maybe give me a source, or you can message Jen. It's JenDub1 on Discord, and you can come up here and you can just tell me. And anything you want me to look up, I'll look up. We'll pull the sources. We can do any of this stuff. You just, if you have Discord already, if you don't, download it. It's a free app, and you can just message Jen, and we will bring you up. Again, we're going to have, if you do come up, we're going to have a conversation, a factual conversation. And we don't do slurs and shit up here. So if you come up, I'm happy to check any of your sources. If you don't want to come up, if you think I'm lying, just tell me, and we'll Google it in real time, and we'll see if I am lying. But I have a phobia of being wrong. I really, really hate being wrong, and I rely on this audience to correct me, which they do regularly, multiple times yesterday. There'll be a couple more today. So just know that I don't want to be wrong. So if I'm getting something wrong, please tell me.
Forefront of your mind, where should we put our attention as we watch this today, sir?
Well, this is a superseding indictment that adds some detail. It drops some people, it adds some people. It's interesting. It's a very strong case. It has a lot of detail, and the basic allegations are the same as we originally charged in 2020. This was a criminal organization that used the instrumentalities, facilities of the state to make Venezuela a hub of drug trafficking. They were engaged in their own trafficking directly, cocaine up into the United States, both on ships, boats, and aircraft. And they also worked very closely, conspired with, and worked hand in hand with 5 different terrorist and drug trafficking organizations. FARC.
Alleged. Now, he's not saying allegedly, but he should say allegedly here, right? Because this is America, and you're innocent until proven guilty. One other thing I just want you guys to think about that are here, Maduro is a alleged trafficker. So what did we do with this alleged trafficker? We brought him to court. So why did we kill the people in the boats then? Because I was told by this administration that these traffickers, they don't have due process. Well, then why are we giving a trafficker due process? See why we're a little bit confused here on this administration? The people that were, the poor people that were driving the boats, we just killed them. And we were like, wait, in America, if you get caught smuggling drugs, you don't get killed. You go to court. And even if you lose in court, they don't kill you. Why are we just killing them? And MAGA was like, oh, because they're traffickers and we can do that. But then with Maduro, we didn't do that. So if you guys want to explain to me why Maduro gets a court case and the people in the boats die legally, not your opinion, just like legally, if you can explain the difference there, I'd love to figure that out, because I've been waiting for Hegseth and this Trump administration to explain the difference, and so far they haven't given an answer. I've looked up the law. It doesn't seem like the law supports it, but you guys probably know, because I'm just a dumb lefty, and you guys are so smart and you know everything. So please just tell me why he gets a court case and the people driving the boats get murdered.
ELN in Colombia, Trey de Agua in Venezuela, which was essentially a henchman for Maduro and his group.
Nobody's calling them fishermen. Nobody's ever called them fishermen. We've all said we don't know what they're doing, but please tell me what the difference is.
And 2 Mexican cartels, Zetas and Sinaloa. So it's a very strong indictment. One of the interesting things is one of the people we originally charged, a fellow named El Polo, who's a critical player, had broken with Maduro, was in Spain. He was eventually captured after we indicted him in 2020, and he has now pled guilty just in June. So there's a lot of detail in the indictment that may come from El Polo, who could prove to be.
So there's the charges that he's going to get. Narco-terrorism is going to be tough. One thing Bill Barr doesn't mention here is that the case has relied, like historically, like we brought up the bounty that was on his head. And the original indictment, when they indicted Maduro, the way that they were able to convince a grand jury that, or one of the ways, and maybe they would have got the indictment without this anyways, there's no way of telling. But one of the pieces of evidence that they relied on to connect Maduro to these drug traffickers was the Cartel de los Soles, I think is what it's called, which is like the cartel of the sun. That appears to have been made up, because now when they're bringing charges, it's gone. And they have never provided any evidence that that organization even exists. The people in Venezuela, including the opposition to Maduro, have said we don't know what you're talking about. Like we don't know anything about that. We know about Tren de Aragua, but the way that they were able to tie Tren de Aragua to Nicolas Maduro was through I think it was through his son, and his son had had done some, I don't remember what he did. He ran cover for them, helped them get their shipments trafficked. He was he got the government to overlook something. I don't remember the exact details. You can go read it in the indictment. But then they were because it's his son, this is part of the Cartel de los Soles, and there was Maduro. So basically, they took all these things that were happening in Venezuela that they couldn't directly tie to Maduro, and then they made up this cartel name and said Maduro was the head of it. Now, if that was true, certainly they wouldn't drop that now. But now that they've actually brought the charges, that Cartel de los, I think it's Cartel de los Soles. If I'm getting that wrong, correct me, but that's gone now. That's not in the charges. So it does seem like the Trump administration, the Biden administration might have made that up, or whoever they're relying on for their information. That now seems to be something that our government, both Republicans and Democrats, lied about. And if they didn't lie about it, then I don't know why it wouldn't be in the charges. There doesn't seem to be any evidence that it existed.
A key witness.
You were also
another key point.
Yeah, go ahead. Another key point is what?
Or just another key point is in 2020 we indicted the general in charge, Padrino. That was in a separate indictment in D.C. I haven't heard anything more about that. There's nothing new about him in the current indictment, which I think is interesting. And then they added his wife and his son and the head of Tren de Aragua. So,
Mary, I recognize, I've seen you say a lot that you have family in Venezuela, but just understand from my perspective, you are a stranger on the internet. I don't know you, and I don't know your family. So you saying that it's true and you using your source as your family in Venezuela, that's not convincing for anybody. You're going to need better evidence than that. And if that's all you rely on, and you say, I get my information from them, they say it's true, I question you. You shouldn't just believe people without evidence, even if they're your family.
that's essentially what this case is about. It's a very strong case, a lot of detail.
Okay, so I heard you say on Fox News Sunday yesterday, and given your long history, you were around with Noriega out of Panama in 1989.
Right.
You believe this case is
Yes.
stronger against Maduro than it was against Noriega. Why?
It's a more complicated case, a lot more to it in terms of the direct drug activities, but it's much stronger and a broader case because of the pervasive involvement of this group, this large group, in directly trafficking and facilitating. They were providing.
If anybody knows anything about Noriega in Panama, the reason that Noriega was a tough case is because we were helping him traffic the drugs. The CIA was helping Noriega traffic the drugs. We took out a dictator that we helped traffic drugs into our own country. We did that. I've seen a lot of Republicans leaning on Panama as some sort of evidence that regime change works. That's not actually how it went in Panama. People will point to the economic recovery from Panama, but they won't. They'll leave out the wealth inequality. What happened in Panama when we established our own government, the shadow government, is that they helped rich Americans get richer and rich Panamanians get richer, and everybody else continues to struggle. So they did get more money, but this is what we do. We've done this. We do this. Think of Iran, think of Iraq, think of Panama, think of Cuba, think of Venezuela. Why were all of these countries so poor? Why were they all struggling? You can do one of two things. You can be a person who just believes the government, which is currently MAGA, and the government says, oh, they're poor because of socialism. But in order to just say it's socialism, you have to ignore that what we did to every one of those countries is cut off all of their trade, all of it. We took, especially oil-rich countries that depend on selling their oil to stay alive. we go in and we cut off all of their trade, and we don't let anybody buy oil from them anymore. And so then their economy collapses. And then because in America, like, we're arrogant, we don't really pay attention to this stuff. We turn on the news, and the news is like, look what Maduro has done to his country. He made them poor. He didn't make them poor, but he did steal from them while they were poor. As they got more and more poor, Maduro took the money, and instead of giving it to everybody and trying to help everybody and keep and struggle with his people, he took that money and enriched himself and his family. And he was very corrupt. He took care of the people that he cared about, and he was brutal to the opposition. He kept the opposition from running in races. He attacked and jailed the opposition, just like Noriega did, just like the Ayatollah in Iran, just like Saddam Hussein in Iraq, just like Fidel Castro in Cuba. And what I've learned now, as I've gotten older and I've done more research, is that the story that I was told my entire life about all of these countries is that what brought them down was socialism or communism. And you can believe that or not, but what is indisputable is that our country, our government, didn't tell us what we did. They didn't explain that, like Venezuela, for example, 90% of their economy exports was oil. So the only way they're really able to make money is by selling their oil. And we bought half of that oil, and we stopped buying the oil, and then we told everybody else, you can't buy their oil. And why did we do that? Allegedly, we did that because they cut off oil contracts with American companies. So the United States decided that we needed to act in defense of private companies who had contracts with Venezuela, and the Venezuelan government, who doesn't live by our laws, decided we don't want to do this anymore. We don't want to do it your way. We would like to nationalize our oil. And so the United States strangles them. And then we blame communism and socialism. And it works on most people. But whatever you think, you can think that it was communism, socialism. That's fine. We could have that debate. But nobody told you that the truth. And Bill Barr's not telling you the truth. And Republicans aren't telling you the truth. And Joe Biden didn't tell you the truth. And Barack Obama didn't tell you the truth. And George Bush didn't tell you the truth. And Bill Clinton didn't tell you the truth. They've been lying about this for our entire lives, that this is what they do. So if you're somebody who truly believes that the reason that these countries fell is because of socialism, I do think you should do a little more research, because if you go and you look at other countries who have nationalized resources, and those countries are allies with the United States, or they're in Europe, or they're predominantly white, those countries are doing very well under the same type of condition or same type of policies as Venezuela. But we didn't strangle their exports. If you don't believe that we do that, like, that's Trump's policy. Trump has been telling all these countries around the world that what we're going to do is we're going to fix our trade deficit. And you're going to give us lower prices. And if you don't, we're going to cripple your ability to export things to our country, this big consumer country that you need. Like, that's literally Trump's foreign policy right now when it comes to trade. If you don't do what we say, we will cripple your country. So it shouldn't be hard for you then to, like, logically jump to, oh, maybe that's what we did with Venezuela. Right? That's obviously what happened.
Government equipment and so forth to different other cartels.
One other thing, and I have to preface this because I know the response already from MAGA. I do not support drug trafficking. I do not support any country trafficking drugs into our country. Don't support it. I disagree with how Trump thinks he's going to stop that. But in any community, think of any community let's look at Detroit. Let's look at Pittsburgh. When the major drivers of their economy dried up, manufacturing, steel manufacturing, auto manufacturing, when those dried up in those communities and that big chunk of their economy left, that's when we saw the increase of drugs and gangs. When people in a community, in a country, in a state, wherever it is, when they don't actually have economic mobility, they do whatever they can to make money. That's why you often see drug dealers' origins in poor communities. Almost exclusively, drug dealers start in a poor community. Why is that? There's not economic mobility. Is it right that they become drug dealers? No. Are we condoning it? No. But it also is reality that poverty creates crime. It leads to crime every time. Think of the book, the movie Robin Hood. What is the story of Robin Hood? The sheriff of Nottingham and the wealthy were taking all of the resources, and they had these people who effectively became homeless. And Robin Hood and his friends, living without homes in the woods, said enough is enough, and they went and they took back the money. They stole from the rich and they gave to the poor. And we were all taught that that's a good thing. The musical Les Miserables, that's my mom's favorite musical. That's why I always use this one. But that's the story of Les Miserables, is that you have the poor people among rich people, and they're just like, they're done. Like, they can't even survive, and these rich people are living lavishly, and so the people rise up. In this country, when we had the Gilded Age, you saw a rise in street crime. You saw a rise in theft. And you saw a rise in violence, because eventually people become so poor that they rise up against the rich. And we're starting to get really close to that, where we legitimately, at the same time where most of Americans are struggling, every weekend there's a party at Mar-a-Lago where the wealthiest people in this country gather and they eat caviar and they take pictures and they have parties and they talk about how great everything is. And they've looped in the politicians now too. So now the politicians are going to these parties. If you could take away politics and change all of these people's names and images, you would think you were watching the Gilded Age with what's happening right now. You would watch that and you'd be like, oh, this is crazy. While the country's struggling, these people just keep going to these lavish parties, like $1 million a plate parties, $1 million a plate parties. So that's what we should understand with all this. It should be the lesson. Now, all that being said, back to this case, Nicolas Maduro should face trial, and if he was trafficking drugs, if he was involved in trafficking drugs, he should pay the price for that.
So it's a very strong case. Now, trying Noriega, just getting to trial took 21 months. And then the trial itself, which was under a terrific judge, one of the greatest district court judges in the United States, a fellow named Hoovler, who kept the thing moving, that trial took 7 months. So this is a long process. People can strap in. But at the end of the day, there'll be a lot of legal maneuvering. The judge is important as to whether he can keep this thing moving along on a good timetable. But I think he will end up being convicted.
Okay, guys, I need you guys to read this real quick. Iceman said, Robin Hood stole from the socialist tyrannical government until King Richard could get down there to remove the sheriff. Brother, my brother in Christ, if the form of government was a monarchy, monarchies are not socialist or tyrannical. That's, by definition, they are a monarchy. You don't understand what any of these words mean. You have just decided that the bad guys are always socialist. That is a crazy thing to say. Do you think that that the sheriff of Nottingham was like, the workers must own the means of production? No, they were not sharing the wealth. You don't know what words mean. That's crazy. That is a crazy thing in a monarchy to be like, he was a tyrannical socialist. No, like, I guess we could do this, but hey, Jen.
Hey, JD Vance is doing a press conference right now about the ICE situation in Minneapolis right now. Don't know if you want to.
I don't know. Chad, do you want to watch that?
It's the usual bullshit. The leftist, crazy Democrats, blah, blah, blah.
All right. Just to help our friend here. Key characteristics of socialism is social ownership. Means of production are owned by the public, community, or state, not private individuals. That wasn't the case. Collective benefit focused on the welfare of the entire community, aiming to eliminate poverty and extreme wealth gaps. We had extreme wealth gaps there. They were trying to eliminate that. Ironically, like Robin Hood, they were the socialists. They were the ones advocating for socialism. That's what Robin Hood was doing. They're like, hey, we're going to focus on the entire community, not just you rich bitches. The role of the government there often involves government intervention to provide services, healthcare, housing, education. They lived in the forest. They had no healthcare. They had no housing. They had no education. Yeah, like my friend, get a hold of yourself. Get a hold of yourself. There is no check against tyranny in a monarchy, bud. There's no state. There's no check against a monarchy besides revolution, my friend. Can't even watch goddamn Robin Hood and understand it. How are you guys? Yeah, how are you fucking up Robin Hood now? Don't double down on this. This is silly. Don't double down on this. You're so far. Like, there's not even an argument on your side here. This isn't even an agree to disagree moment. This is a goddamn it, you're stupid moment, and you should be quiet for a minute. All right, back to this.
Okay, let me go ahead and give you a couple things here. Democrats are going after the legality of this. Here is Democrat Jim Himes. Let's do that first from CBS on Sunday.
Clearly illegal under international law, right? No, full stop, UN Charter, no question there. Clearly not legal under the Constitution because though presidents of both parties have argued against this, the Constitution is really pretty clear that the representatives of the people get to be consulted and ultimately approve military activity. That has not happened here at all. Again, there's nothing legal about this.
I want you to answer that. Go ahead and address the legality of that. Then I'll ask you a very specific question about the comparisons between Noriega and Maduro. Go ahead.
Well, first, on the Constitution, he's just wrong. It does not require it for military activity. It requires it for going to war. And we haven't gone to war here. And otherwise, over our entire history.
What's the difference between military activity and going to war? I heard him say this. I have no idea what he's talking about. Is there some, because I looked in our code of like military activity. There's no laws about military activity. There's no separate law for military activity. So Republicans, do you want to help me? Can you point me to where he's talking about, where there's a separate set of laws about military activity? Do you guys know what he's talking about, Republicans? I know you're not just going to believe him because he's on your side. I know that you know this stuff. You've followed up with it. Can you explain it? I'm trying to pull up a screenshot that I took earlier this week. So while I'm finding that, if you guys could let me know what U.S. code he's referencing here. I'd like to know. I can't find it. I've Googled it. I just can't figure out what in the world he's talking about here. And I'm trying to find the section from, here it is. Anything? War is prolonged, boots on the ground, and limited military action is short mission. Yeah, I'm not asking you to tell me your opinion. I'm asking you to tell me where I would find this. In the Doctrine and Covenants 131. Thank you. 50 USC CH 33. 50 USC. Well, I am in 5030. Let's go this here, and I'll pull that up, but you guys can see. So when it talks about the powers of the president, and what they're referencing there is that it says here in the War Powers Act. Now, this was introduced in 1973. And it basically was put in place to be a check on the president, from the president's ability to just go do whatever the fuck they want. So in the War Powers Act of 1973, it says the president in every possible instance shall consult with Congress before introducing United States armed forces into hostilities or into situations where imminent involvement in hostilities is clearly indicated by the circumstances. So that doesn't say war. It says, now, our armed forces were shot at. They killed, I think, like 70 to 80 people. We had a few members of our armed forces who were injured. So is that not hostilities? And then after every such introduction shall consult regularly with Congress until United States armed forces are no longer engaged in hostility. So he didn't consult with Congress. We're just fact checking right now. We're not Mr. Radio. I know that it's probably frustrating for you to not hear 100% opinion all the time. This must be very strange for you. But we're just fact checking what somebody else said. And you're welcome. But this seems pretty clear in every, not some, not if an act of war is declared. The president, in every possible instance, shall consult with Congress before introducing what? Armed forces into hostilities or into situations where imminent involvement in hostilities is clearly indicated by the circumstances. That's obviously what happened here. So when Bill Barr says that the law doesn't claim that, we'll go back here. Notice he's not going to cite something. So if you believe Bill Barr right now and not me, then I think you're just believing Bill Barr, right? You're not fact-checking anything.
On the Constitution, he's just wrong. It does not require it for military activity. It requires it for going to war.
Once again, does it say going to war? Every possible instance shall consult Congress before introducing United States Armed Forces into hostilities. He's wrong. He's clearly wrong. The other thing that's weird about this is, again, if you watch his eyes, he's reading this statement. He has notes here that he's reading. He doesn't. Why are you guys saying the word war? Why is he saying war? Did you guys ever give me what's he citing? What did you just say? Somebody just said something I hadn't heard, and I feel like I'm being trolled. There isn't no war. Yeah, we didn't say there was a war. It said hostilities. Didn't say war, right? Our law's pretty clear on this. Kerr-Frisbee doctrine? What the fuck is Kerr-Frisbee doctrine? Let's look this up. Do you spell that right? What is Kerr-Frisbee doctrine? U.S. legal principle allowing federal courts to exercise jurisdiction over criminal defendants even if they are brought to the U.S. through illegal means. Yeah, that's okay. So this is about bringing Maduro in. I'm not arguing that they couldn't bring Maduro in. Thank you for bringing that up. I was unaware of this. I'm not arguing that they didn't have the authority to get him. I'm arguing that part of their authority also says that they have to confer with Congress, right? So they can do this, but that doesn't change anything that I just read. And I think this is where we have a problem. I think that you guys are listening to disagree with me. Because I'm not arguing that we couldn't bring Maduro. I think we can. What I am arguing is that Trump is required by law to consult with Congress, and he didn't do that. Right? No, I appreciate that, Steve. The DOD Law of War Manual would not override the war powers, right? A manual clearly isn't above the War Powers Act, right? Well, Steve, let's talk about that. Could you give me an example of times when, let's say, Obama or Biden did something that they were not authorized to do? Could you give me? You think a manual would be above the War Powers Act? Can you explain that to me, Steve? How would the DOD manual be above the law? Okay, Obama. So let's give me a specific example with Obama. Okay, Steve, I'll read it while we're pulling that up. It's called you said the DOD. What's it called again? Steve, write it in the chat one more time. Oh, there it is. Shit, it was up there. Write it. DOD Law of War Manual. I'll pull that up. And what am I looking in the Law of War Manual? Do you have a section there? This is a lot of pages. It doesn't have to be, but it doesn't have to be an act of war. It doesn't say act of war. Right? he didn't confer because one half of them are aiding and abetting the enemy. Well, the law still applies no matter what you feel. They did consult with the oil companies first. That's true. Why, guys? I'm asking you for specific examples. It doesn't need to. Prime example would be 11.3. Okay, in the war manual, 11.3. DOD law of war 11.3. Let's see what it says. It deals with belligerent occupation, explaining when an occupation ends and the continued application of Geneva Convention provisions like humane treatment. Okay, what? After military operations conclude, blinding the occupying power until final. Oh, well, I guess I shouldn't mumble over that so you can see. Cessation of occupation, continued obligations, civilian protection. That wouldn't have anything to do with us engaging. No, I don't feel he needed to consult with Congress. The law says he has to consult with Congress. That's not a feeling. That's what the law says. I read it to you. Now what do we do, Steve? Because this doesn't seem to back up anything. This has nothing to do with what I'm saying. This doesn't say that the president can go in without the approval of Congress. This doesn't supersede law. When an occupation ends, e.g. loss of effective control, hostile relations cease, and the continued application of Geneva Conventions provisions like humane treatment, even after military operations conclude, binding the occupying power until final release, repatriation of persons in custody, it clarifies that civilians are generally immune from attack unless directly supporting the enemy, a core concept within the law of war that dictates when combatants lose protections. I don't know what you're talking about here, Steve. This doesn't seem very on. Are you saying that because the rules of engagement still are in existence? This is a weird one, Steve. I don't think you can come up and explain that. I don't think that has anything to do with what I'm saying. We'll get back to Bill Barr.
And we haven't gone to war here. And otherwise, over our entire history, presidents have had a lot of latitude deploying military forces and using force in a targeted way to deal with threats to the United States.
Hey, can anybody give me an example of a president doing what Donald Trump did without authorization? Article 8, Section 68. We'll pull that up. Article 8, Section 68. MAGA, this is your time to shine. This is your time to shine, to show that I'm lying to the people. Isn't a single universally known? See, I'm assuming this is about inadmissible aliens, protection of victims and witnesses. Okay, what does this have to do with inadmissible aliens? You just wanted to bring that up? Are you guys just guessing stuff now? Are you just guessing stuff now? All right, let's see. Panama, Cambodia. All right. What authorization did Congress approve? Boom. There we go. There's an example. No prior congressional vote. No war powers invoked. Boom. There we go. So Bush. Bush did it, looks like. Thank you. Drew, Libya was I believe Libya was a UN action, or I mean a NATO action. Yeah, that was the argument there, is that it was a NATO action. So I think didn't they say that was like part of the AUW or the authorized use of force? That was there. That was, again, I actually think Obama was wrong for doing that too. I'm actually with you guys on that. No, I'm with you. I think it was wrong. I'm just saying that it's not the same. I also think we shouldn't have, I think Kosovo. Wasn't Kosovo also NATO? Let's see, I'll pull that up. Yeah, it was NATO. And ironically, it's the ACLU. It's the left fighting against this every single time. That is kind of funny. Yeah. No formal authorized use of force. Same thing. Yeah, they're just going to blame that it's with NATO. So that was their way to like bypass the War Powers Act. I agree. Look, I'm going to agree with everything you guys say. I think these are all violations of the War Powers Act. However, again, Drew, and I think you'll agree with this, this is different. This is unilateral. It's not with NATO. There was no discussion with Congress. They just did it. So can we at least agree, Drew, that this is different? And that Bill Barr is not telling the truth here. Steve, the law of war manual has no section saying the president has to communicate with Congress. Yeah, but the law does. That's what we're pointing out, Steve. The law of war manual does not supersede the Constitution of the United States. Why are you referring to that over and over, Steve? This is a silly argument you're making. All right.
And
keep going, Bill.
Enforce our laws. And this is justified both as a law enforcement.
No, it's the law of war manual. Manual, Steve. It's a manual. Listen, brother, the law of war manual, there's no way. It says law of war, guys. It says it in the title. It says it. Therefore, it's law. That's not how things work, Steve. You can't just write law of war on something and make it override the Constitution. That's a crazy thing that you think would happen, that a manual just be like, now Congress doesn't have any ability to communicate or any ability to oversee what the president's doing or provide oversight because a manual that says law of war. Come on, Steve. Be honest. I don't think I know more than Bill Barr. I think Bill Barr's lying. Well, what's he citing, though, not average Josh? What is he citing here? This is what I said earlier. I said, if you agree with Bill Barr here, you're doing it because you think he knows more, not because he's saying more. If he's right, fine. I'll accept that I'm wrong, but that's what I'm asking for. Like, I don't trust any of these motherfuckers. No, I don't trust anybody in the government. He's not citing anything. That's all. That's what I was pointing out. Like, I could be wrong here. That's why I'm asking. But nobody's giving me anything that says I'm wrong. Article 4, Section 4. Okay, we'll pull that up. Article 4, Section 4. The guarantee clause obligates the federal government to ensure every state has a Republican form of government, protect states from invasion, and defend them from domestic violence. Fucking swing and a miss there. That's not even close. You know what I mean, Josh? Like, I'm not saying that, like, that Bill Barr doesn't know more than me. He knows more than me. My contention is that it seems like he's lying because I can't find anything to back up what he's saying. And we know Bill Barr lies. He does it all. He's done it many times.
Measure and as a national security measure. As the international law, it is not a violation of the international law. First, we have never agreed that under the UN Charter, the only time you can use force is when you're actually under attack, armed attack by somebody else.
See how he even does it there? Like, it's not against the law. We never agreed to the law. Well, which one is it? Is it not against the law or we didn't agree to it? If you're saying it's not against the law, wouldn't you cite why it's not? He just said we didn't agree to it. This is why I think Bill Barr's being, and this is where he's reading. Which makes me think this is kind of new to him. Like he wrote it down. This isn't off the top of the dome here.
We've never agreed to that, and that's not the only reason for defending yourself. We've always taken the position we can use force to defend our vital national interest, the safety of the American people. So he's simply wrong on that. Furthermore, under international law, we clearly are the victim here. They have been violating international law by using their sovereign territory and their de facto control to conduct hostile activities that are slaughtering Americans. What are we supposed to do? Just sit here and let
Do you find it odd that he's reading this? You find that odd? BF Perry, thanks for pointing out that I lied multiple times. What I'm asking for you guys is to point out what I lie about. Every day you guys come in and say I'm lying, but I ask you what the lie is, and then you don't tell me what the lie is. I'd love to fix it if I got something wrong.
State act like that. You can't use law enforcement to prosecute them over there and get their cooperation because they are the problem. And so it's like in Panama, this is an appropriate situation where we can enforce our laws by going in and arresting the perpetrators. And
so let me squeeze that in here. Here's the comparison between Maduro and Noriega.
I hear you, Average Josh, but you're saying what you're saying now, not what he's saying. I'm only pointing out that he's not citing a source, and nobody else has cited a source for me either. You can just blindly agree with him if you want, but is he citing a source? Is anybody else? I'm citing the War Powers Act. They're pretty clear there. So if I'm missing something, it seems like somebody would be able to come up with it.
Right. And you tell us what we're missing if there's a distinction or a difference now. Not recognized by the U.S. as legitimate leaders of the country at the time of apprehension. Both taken into custody January 3rd, ironically. Both indicted on federal drug trafficking charges.
Sorry, the VP is giving sick remarks about the White House press briefings. Folks, our country is in huge trouble right now. Huge trouble. I'll probably just clip it and play it tomorrow. Trump not allowing Minnesota to investigate the murder. I did see that. Yeah. They're like, they won't allow Minnesota any access. That's crazy that a state can't investigate a crime on their own soil.
Both captured by military operation, no declaration of war or congressional authorization. Like Noriega of 1989, Maduro likely to invoke immunity defense. Like Noriega, likely to fail. The manner in which the defendant brought to the U.S. does not defeat the jurisdiction. So he was tried, imprisoned in the U.S., Noriega was, imprisoned in Europe, went to Panama where he died behind bars. What did we get wrong there?
The IDF will investigate. There we go. Yeah, we'll be all right. The IDF's on it.
That's all right. There is a doctrine, by the way, called the Kerr-Frisbee doctrine. We briefed this, argued it at the time of the Noriega case.
Steve, I'm gonna need a source. Now you're just back to like saying stuff. You don't have to. It doesn't say act of war, Steve. I read the War Powers Act. I'll pull it up again for you one more time.
And the Supreme Court has been clear. It doesn't matter how he got here. Once he's in front of the court and he's been charged, he stands trial and can be convicted. Okay. So, all these arguments don't really affect his ultimate responsibility and the government's ability to bring this to trial and get a conviction.
Thanks for coming back. Appreciate your time. We'll work through it. Carrier Bond, who used to work with you, informed us earlier today that your favorite show is Narcos. Fittingly. Thank you, sir. We'll talk soon. Bill Barr.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Right. Yep.
Hey, everyone. I'm Emily Campagno.
Thanks for that, I guess. Super important. All right, we're going to move on from that. Steve, if you want to message me some stuff, I'll be happy to look at it later. No shit doesn't change the fact that outside the states, we use the law of war manual, not the Constitution. No, that's not true. You think that we suspend the Constitution when our military leaves? Come on, man. This is a reach and a half. This is it's getting a little sad, Steve. Let it go, bud. I might be wrong, but you sure as shit didn't prove that I was wrong. Now you're just grasping at straws. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm not an expert on this, but you have not provided anything. I'm gonna move on to ICE, and then we can come back to this. I think this is we played Tim Walz's comments yesterday, but for me, this is kind of the point, and this is where I have a lot of agreement with Tim Walz. Now, cue the chat saying tampon Tim. Cue the chat wanting to talk about fraud in Minnesota. We are now predicting what you'll say. You're going to talk about his kid. You're going to talk about trans people, and you're going to talk about fraud. You'll do anything but talk about what we're talking about. And as I predicted, watch them do it anyways. Watch this. MAGA, self-control. Don't do it. Don't do exactly what I just said to do.
About it. I know that many of you, myself included, have seen a a very difficult video to watch, one where there's a family member watched their family member be shot and killed in front of them. It's beyond me that apparently from the federal government, from the Homeland Security Director herself, has already determined who this person was, what their motive was, and they hadn't even been taken out of the vehicle. We're not living.
It's a very important part of what happened yesterday is before we knew any of the details, both Kristi Noem and Donald Trump came out to the American people and blatantly lied. And I'm going to show that here in a minute, but just like flat out, honest to God lies. They saw the video and they lied. It's not like somebody gave them a story. They saw it and they lied. And whatever you want to say, MAGA, about whatever your interpretation of what happened yesterday, Donald Trump and Kristi Noem, their knee-jerk reaction was to lie.
In a normal world. And so, no, I have not. And I want to be very careful because I know how painful this is. I know how painful it is right now. I'm saying person and all that. This is a human being. This very well is an individual's child, a parent, and we don't know that yet. So, no, I have not. But once we do, we will. So, yes.
All right. And the second part that I wanted to show from his clip, which I think is really important, Donald Trump doesn't mind violence. Donald Trump likes violence. This administration will use any justification to be violent and take control and be authoritarian that they can. So the people in Minnesota, I feel for you because there is a rage that a lot of us felt yesterday. People with empathy felt a lot of anger yesterday. And there's going to be a lot of people that this is happening in their community. It's very close to them. They're watching it, and they're going to want to be. They're mad, and when people are mad, they do angry things. They do violent things. They destroy property. They do all sorts of stuff. Because when you feel like you have nothing, when you feel like you don't have a representative government, when you feel like the government is just coming in and putting a boot on your neck, like I get why people would want to react strongly, but knowing who we're dealing with, we have to also react in a way that doesn't escalate this and make things worse. And that's what I liked about what Tim Walz said here.
It was very clear. And I want Minnesotans to hear this from me. The desire to get out and protest and to speak up to this administration of how wrong this is, that is a patriotic duty at this point in time, but it needs to be done safely. And I think the commissioner simply just laid out some of those parameters. We can do that. This is the peaceful resistance that we need. And I think Commissioner Jacobs.
So let's get into what actually happened yesterday. And I'm just going to tell you guys, if you're in the YouTube chat or TikTok chat and it's being it's too much, it's making you even more mad, just a reminder that the Twitch chat is a much friendlier chat. And you may want to head over there if you're not trying to argue with MAGA. And I'm comfortable keeping that like a friendlier chat. So mods over on Twitch, I'm comfortable with you guys. If somebody's just coming in and stirring up shit, I'm comfortable with you guys muting them over on Twitch. YouTube is kind of the place where people, and TikTok, that's where open debate can be had. So just know if you're an agitator and you're going over to Twitch, that's not a spot for you. I'll pull that up. Thanks, Joe Feces. Joe Feces. 116-200 DOJ policy. I might actually have that. I just don't remember the name, but I'll keep this pulled up for when we get to there. Thank you for that, Joe. All right. Did I miss any comments too? Let me make sure I get to those. Don't think I missed anything there. Let's check with Jen. Janelle said, I'm pretty sure MAGA just repeats stuff they've heard but never bothered fact-checking themselves because why do that? Yeah. I mean, I think a lot of people do that. I don't think that's necessarily exclusive to MAGA. I will admit that as I watched the debates yesterday on TikTok, I did see a lot of left-leaning people go into spaces and have this argument and not have their facts right, and it made it look like they were just that they didn't understand the issue and that they were just being angry to be angry. I do think that that's true a lot of times. We're seeing it with MAGA here, but I wouldn't say that isn't just like a normal thing, and especially with something as emotional as this. Let me just remind you that if you're in a public place having this discussion, don't just make stuff up. Be willing to look stuff up. If you don't know, if you get stuck in an argument, just ask to pull up the sources. Just walk through this. And that's what I'm trying to do today, is I'm going to try and keep this as calm as we can. We tried to keep it calm yesterday, but like this type of situation, if it's just emotion, it's nearly impossible to bring that back down and get to the bottom of this. And so that's what we're going to try and do. We're going to try and go through today what the facts were, what's opinion, what the law is, and then everybody can make their own decision. Tiffany said, as someone who works heavily with federal regulations, the baseline for regulations would be the law, and anything that comes after that should be in addition to, not superseding. Thank you, Tiffany. Dustin says, every instance of hostility needs Congress first. MAGA chud, Jesus fucking Christ. Thank you. Trump has presidential immunity, but not Maduro. Electric Dad. I missed that one earlier. How did I miss that? Alyssa said, I hear all the time that socialism and communism don't work and fail. If that is true, then why does the USA spend so much money and time to destroy them? Why not just let them fail? Just something to think about. That's a good point. None of these regimes are falling without the United States slapping heavy sanctions on them. None of these socialist countries that fell did so without the United States heavily influencing that failure. That's a really good point. Peter said, towards owning your labor. Thanks. Megan said, thank you, Jay and Jen. Appreciate all you do. I think I got all those. There we go. All right. Get back to the outline here. Here is Kristi Noem lying. And MAGA, if you want us to take you seriously at all today, and I will be kind and give you some grace, we have to be able to admit that Kristi Noem lies here, okay? In order for me to respond to anything you guys are saying for the rest of the day, when we watch this, we're going to have to agree that Kristi Noem in this statement lied about multiple things in here.
You asked about a shooting that we just had in Minneapolis, Minnesota. It was an act of domestic terrorism. What happened was our ICE officers were out in an enforcement action. They got stuck in the snow because of the adverse weather that is in Minneapolis. They were.
Okay. Does the video, if somebody was stuck in the snow, does the video show that? Larry, I'm going to mute you if you don't. And I'm going to use Larry as the example. Larry, you might not be able to stick around for this one. Larry, did you see any video of ICE being stuck in the snow? I do read free member messages. I'm reading messages from the chat all day long, Eric. Thank you, Burned Out Medic, for joining the dollar train. Larry, you got one shot. You can't lie on any of this stuff. Larry, did you see any ICE cars or ICE vehicles stuck in the snow? Did anybody see an ICE vehicle stuck in the snow? Say yes if you did. Yes? All right, guys. Mute. Larry is done for the day. Mute Larry for the rest of the day. Sorry, Larry. See you later. Larry's lying. All right. So there's lie number one, and Larry just went with it because Larry's a fucking idiot. Goddamn, Larry. I tried so hard. That white truck in front is what they are talking about. But it wasn't stuck in the snow, right? Right, Patrick? Don't make me get rid of you, too. Patrick, was that white? And okay, but I appreciate it. You said it's the white one, so let's go on.
Were attempting to push out their vehicle, and a woman attacked them.
Were they attempting in that video to push out a vehicle? In that video, is there anybody pushing out a vehicle when a woman tries to attack them? Did that happen? Anybody see that? I didn't see that.
And those surrounding them and attempted to run them over. And
so now she's saying that while they were pushing a car out, that she attempted to ram them and the people around them. Them is plural, or that agent used they them pronouns, possibly, I guess. Have you? That's a good point. Let me pull up the exact video because maybe some of you haven't seen the video. Pull this up. Is this the full one? What is this? The New York Times just released. All right. So at any point in this video here, okay, there's a car that goes around. Where is this car that is stuck? Do we see any car that's stuck here that people are pushing out? I don't see any car that's stuck or being pushed out. We'll go through all of that as we go on. The cowboy hat is surely a choice. What's the cowgirl in Toy Story's name? What's her name? Is that who Calamity Jane was? Somebody said Calamity Jane earlier. All right. All right, let me do that. I'll move that back over here. Go back here.
To run them over and ram them
Jesse,
with her
right.
vehicle.
Now, that's not true either, right? So what she said in real time was that that this woman tried to ram people who were trying to get a car unstuck. Did that happen? Well, listen, action pack, we'll get there. Just stay with me. MAGA, I know that you guys want to get to that part. What we're going to get through, we're going to do this one by one, and I'm going to be very heavy on the mute button today if you guys can't stay on track, because I don't give a fuck about views today. I give a fuck about having a conversation with you, MAGA, on a timeline. We will get to the part about the wheel turning. We can have disagreements there. We'll get there. But right now, I just want you guys to say whether or not there was a car that was stuck in the snow that all these ICE agents were pushing out when she tried to ram them. That's not true, right? We can agree with that. So that's 2 lies so far from Kristi Noem.
Them with her vehicle. An officer of ours acted quickly and defensively shot to protect himself and the people around him. And my understanding is...
Okay, that's where we'll have disagreement, but that's an opinion, right? So that's not necessarily a lie. That's her opinion. We'll probably disagree on that. That one, we're not going to call a lie.
Is that she was hit and is deceased. We're continuing to gather more information, but this goes to show the...
Hey, guys, can somebody get rid of Jeff Herman there? Sorry, Jeff, I guess you can't figure out how to get out of here. If you don't care to talk with us anymore, just bounce. If you have a hard time finding your way out of here, we'll help you. We can just ban you forever, and then you'll never come across this stream again.
Assaults that our ICE officers and our law enforcement are under every single day. These vehicle rammings are domestic acts of terrorism. We're working with the Department of Justice to prosecute them as such. We will continue to protect our ICE officers. You asked
right. So 2 lies for sure by Kristi Noem. We can agree on that. Then let's go to Trump's statement, who also lied multiple times. Here is Trump's statement. Trump said, I've just viewed the clip of the event, which took place in Minneapolis, Minnesota. It's a horrible thing to watch. The woman screaming was obviously a professional agitator. There's no evidence of that. So at the very least, he's saying something that he can't prove. That's just an opinion, right? We would agree that we have no evidence that she was a professional agitator. In fact, both the driver of the car who was shot and her wife who was there have regular jobs. And the woman driving the car, so he's talking about the wife, and the woman driving the car was very disorderly, obstructing, and resisting. Now, that's, again, opinion. I disagree with that. Who then violently, willfully, and viciously ran over the ICE officer. That, just, if words mean what words mean, not run over. At most, bumped, hit, did not run over an ICE agent. That's not true. Who seems to have shot her in self-defense? Opinion. Based on the attached clip, it's hard to believe he's alive, but is now recovering in the hospital. At the time when Trump tweeted this out, he was still walking around on the street. If you just look at the timeline, he was there for hours. He did eventually go and get his knee checked out at the hospital. Hard to believe he's alive. When we watch this, I don't think anybody's going to think that he barely survived. You could argue that, like, if he got run over, he could have been, but nobody thinks this man was severely injured. Nobody thinks that. Exactly. He ran after the vehicle, still shooting. He walked around. He's not even limping. I'll show you videos of him. But the reason these incidents are happening is because the radical left is threatening, assaulting, and targeting our law enforcement officers and ICE agents on a daily basis. I don't think that that's true. I don't think that there are daily assaults on ICE officers. Threatening, probably. I get threatened every day. Targeting, I don't know what he means by targeting. Targeting with yelling? Yeah, for sure. Every day, targeting with yelling. They're just trying to do the job of making America safe. We need to stand by and protect our law enforcement. Yada, yada, yada. That's a point. That's a point. So at least one lie there. 2 from Kristi Noem. So both the people that you would expect to come out and did they even try and lower tensions? Did they even try and bring down the temperature? No. They just immediately attacked the left and called us terrorists. And while they lied. So they lie while calling the left terrorists. Ironically, again, I'm going to bring this back up, but yesterday when this story broke, I was covering the January 6th stuff, and I want to show you what Donald Trump said then. And this is going to be a motherfucker for you guys today, because I need you to explain something to me. As we go throughout the day, I'm going to consistently come back to this. But on the whitehouse.gov from Donald Trump yesterday, you can see here, he said, Capitol Police response escalates the tensions. He was more than happy to blame the police for what happened on January 6th. He said they aggressively fired tear gas, flashbangs, and rubber munitions into crowds of peaceful protesters, injuring many and deliberately escalating tensions. Video evidence shows officers inexplicably removing barricades, opening Capitol doors, and even waving attendees inside the building. Actions, yada, yada, yada. There are 0 videos of Capitol Police attacking or escalating violence. In fact, when he gets to the video evidence, he says the video evidence shows officers removing barricades, opening Capitol doors, and waving attendees inside the building. You'll notice that he doesn't even provide any evidence that they were the ones that escalated it. What he's saying is that if police would have just stood aside, that there would have been no violence. So ironically, while we were covering this, my chat was full of people who were saying that the police were in the wrong, and we shouldn't give the police cover here. Then I was showing videos of yesterday of January 6th protesters aggressively pushing police in their face, calling them names, saying that they deserve to be hung for treason, threatening them, saying you better not catch me in the streets. And my chat at the time was filled with Republicans who were like, yeah, that's fuck around, find out. And then we switched to this, and immediately it was like, comply. We have to comply. You have to listen to you have to listen to lawful orders. You have to comply. It was a mind fuck of a day yesterday. It just so happened to be on this day. While we were watching all of the Republicans in the chat defend people beating the fuck out of police, as soon as it was flipped, they immediately switched. Comply. You have to comply. Lefties have to comply. If you're on the right, you don't need to comply. Even going here, Ashley Babbitt murdered in cold blood, Trump said 2 days ago. Ashley Babbitt, who was at gunpoint, given multiple warnings, decided to continue to break through the glass and climb into the hallway while held at gunpoint by a police officer with multiple warnings. And Trump blamed who? The police. He blamed the police. Just comply. Just comply. Now, you can say like she was unarmed. There were 80 people behind her, and there was one police officer. 80 v. 1, that police officer's life is in jeopardy. But in the same people here. Then we went through Roseanne Boyland. We checked out the footage of Roseanne Boyland, who MAGA in the chat was saying that the police unjustly killed. And we watched the whole video, and she was trampled by MAGA. Not a single officer was involved in her death. Ashley didn't break any glass? She didn't? She wasn't? Oh, did she just walk through it? So the people with her broke the glass? and then she walked through. We could pull the video. If she didn't break the glass, I apologize. The people with her broke the glass. We could go back and look at it, but I don't really fucking care about that. So I'll just assume that you're right and I'm wrong, and I'll apologize. But then she climbed through a barricaded door, right? Vital Rights. Then she climbed through a barricaded door at gunpoint while she was being told not to. Is that right? She had a knife. Did she have a knife? See what I mean? Do you see what they're doing? They're literally saying liar. Well, somebody broke the window. Yeah. Do we have to pull this video up? All right, we'll pull the video up again. Jesus. I did not think we had to do this again, but we'll do it. Isn't it with an I, Babbitt? Or Ashley with an I or something? ASHLI. Let's see. All right. Here's the police officers. Here's the glass that's started to be broken. This over here above this guy's head is where Ashley Babbitt and eventually climbs through. Ashley Babbitt is... That's her right there. That's Ashley Babbitt right there.
We want you to go home. I'm recording, and there's so many people. It's just, they're going to push their way up here. Bro, I see people out there get hurt. I don't want to see you get hurt. We will make a path dead ass. Like, we don't want...
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Fuck the blue. All these people threatening police. Right? Just comply. The police are telling them to leave, right? They've been told multiple times, including on loudspeakers, to turn around and go back, and they're not turning around and going back, right? These people all got pardoned by Donald Trump. Why do people only have to comply on the left?
That's what I'm saying. We'll make a path, bro. Please, just let us make a path. Just let us make a path.
Yeah, at this point, every one of these people has broken the law. They've went through multiple barricades at this point.
I want you to go home. Go. Let's go. Get this shit.
There's Ashley Babbitt right there behind his head. You could see her for a moment cheering it on, saying, "Let's go."
There's a gun.
All right. There's a gun. Multiple warnings now. We're at gunpoint. Now we're at gunpoint. Let's see if this video shows who breaks that window. Okay, now there's Ashley Babbitt climbing through the window. At gunpoint. Why did all these people get a pardon? By the way, typical MAGA man, sacrifice the woman. Let's send the women in. At gunpoint? Yes. See this gun right here? You see this gun right here pointing at that window? Want to hear him again? They're telling her there's a gun. Now, Ashley Babbitt's up at the front there. I don't know. Did we ever see if she's kicking a door here at any point? Where is she? That her right there? Because that was the part they disagreed with. I don't think she kicks the door. I think she's just the one that goes through then, maybe. Now we're going to fast forward here. There's her going through and then shot. I'm not going to play the sound because I might get in trouble for that. I can't show those videos. And all these people got a pardon, and Trump blamed this person. So this police officer, in Trump's mind, unjustly shot Ashley Babbitt, despite multiple warnings from the police that were there before, despite a barricaded door and windows. And Trump, on the same day that we're covering this, just the day before, says this police officer killed somebody that was in an unjustified way. Now, one other thing I want to point out. This police officer had authority to do this. This is a Capitol Police officer. This Capitol Police officer has the authority to make arrests, to detain, to use deadly force. Everything that this police officer doing at this point is part of this police officer's job. And that is where we're going to have a big disagreement on what happened with ICE the other day. But I just wanted to go back to this, and you're watching people still here. Yes, an unarmed woman. Yep, an unarmed woman. Well, she had a knife, and she was with a crowd of people. What do you think should have happened? Should we have just let her walk in? Should we just let her walk in? Yeah. It's pretty pathetic who you guys have become. It's very sad. Oh, shit. Close that. But once again, sacrifice the woman. Total double standard here. And you all know that it's a double standard. It's crazy to say that's not a double standard. All right. Trump, let's go here. Here's what Wesley Hunt said, and here's where we're going to have disagreement. Wesley Hunt says this.
The bottom line is this: when a federal officer gives you instructions, you abide by them, and then you get to keep your life. And it is clear.
Okay, do we hold that standard when a federal officer, law enforcement, gives you instructions, you get to keep your life? Was Ashley Babbitt given instructions? Were all of those people given instructions? Yeah, they were. But they got a pardon, and Trump puts up that they were innocent, and the police officer was the problem.
That she tried to use her vehicle as a weapon, mow over an ICE agent, and now she is dead. And her death is tragic, but at the end of the day, it was completely avoidable if she would have simply followed the commands of the ICE agents.
Now, MAGA, I'm going to ask you, where do the ICE agents get the authority to approach her car, to tell her to stop? Where does that authority come from? You guys want to tell me? Can ICE agents do traffic stops? I'll wait. Just give me. I need this. Again, I'm going to ask you what we need to see here is you need to tell me the source of their authority to do this traffic stop. So I'm going to need a U.S. code here. How does ICE have that authority? Federal Leo isn't authority. Don't just say things. I'm asking for specifically where they get that authority. I'm asking you guys questions today. This might be a real boring live for a lot of you today. I'm actually not going to move on until one of you tells me where they get the authority and you cite a code. This might, like I said, this might get really boring. But I want to make a point here that none of you know. So I'm looking for the code here. Federal law enforcement, they can enforce any laws. No, I need a code here. Where's the code? Section 287 of the Constitution. Which part of Section 287? All right. For anybody else who's giving me criminal codes right now, you might want to wait for a second. I'm not going to read them because we're going to go over 287. But that's 18 USC 287. Is that right? And do you have a specific there? Which part of it? USC 111. All right, thank you. 18 USC 111. Thank you. Well done. Give a hand for somebody for citing a law correctly. Appreciate that. Now let's go there. Let's read 18 US Code 111. Assaulting, resisting, or impeding certain officers or employees. And now this is for who? Who does this pertain to? Assaulting, resisting, or impeding certain officers or employees? Okay, who are the certain officers or employees here? In general, whoever forcibly assaults, resists, opposes, impedes, intimidates, or interferes with any person designated in section 1114. So let's pull that up. That's who we're talking about here. Why doesn't it let me open a new? We'll just open a new. I'll have to go back. All right. So this is, who are the people that this pertains to? There we go. Whoever kills or attempts to kill any judge of the United States or United States attorney or any United States marshal or deputy or person who assists such marshal or deputy officer, any officer or employee of the Federal Bureau of Investigation or any part. So this is saying anybody who attempts to kill them. In this case of murder. Okay, gotcha. Let's just see if it's DHS. I don't even see any immigration officer. Okay. All right, got it. All right, now we're going to go back. Whoever forcibly assaults, resists, opposes, impedes, intimidates, or interferes with any person designated in section 1114 of this title while engaged in or on account of the performance of official duties. Okay, thank you. What are the official duties of ICE in this situation? And where we're at now in Minnesota, what were they doing there? What were their official duties? What were the official duties there? We'll get there. We're gonna make MAGA walk through this today. This might be a boring one. This is bad faith to read the law, says Toker. This is so bad faith to ask us questions. Why don't you just let us scream feelings? Hey, what's their official duties here? See how mad they're getting? They're all freaking the fuck out. Why are you asking us questions? Cracking down on Somalian businesses. No, that would not be their job. That's not the job of Homeland Security. None of you have an answer for this? Just going to call me clown? Okay. Enforcing immigration. Thank you. That's what they're doing, right? They're enforcing immigration. Perfect. So how was she stopping them from enforcing immigration? How did she stop them from enforcing immigration? Let's go back to the video. Back to Twitter. I'll read the chat. By blocking the road. Okay. What were they doing? What were they doing? Were they doing ICE enforcement? Clearly the roads, let's find the full video. This is the one New York Times is putting out. I don't want their additional commentary. All right. Now, if she's blocking the road, how did this car get by? Could this other ICE truck have driven by? Was there room for the other truck to drive by? Or is it just like double the size of that Explorer? How was she stopping them from doing their job? You want to explain that to me? How did she stop them from doing their job? Because all they can do is they can stop people and they can try and detain people or arrest people based on their immigration status. So how did this stop them from doing their job? She purposely stopped them and then she waved them through. You can see she waves them through. You can hear her. If you listen closely, she'll say, go around. She said, go around. So how did she stop them if they're able to go around? Seems like a choice for them to stop. Is it lawful to block a public road? No, it is not. But does ICE have the ability to confront, detain, or enforce those laws? No. A police officer could come do this. ICE does not have that authority. And if they did, I'll ask you, cite the statute that says ICE can do traffic enforcement. Please. I know we're getting you guys fired up. Look, I'm only if you guys are going to shout your feelings, I'm not going to respond to you. I need sources here. Since all of you are cowards and you won't come up here and explain it to me, I'm going to have to talk to the chat all day, and you guys are going to need to give me sources. Lee said they impeded her as she was trying to leave. It looks to me like they impeded, yeah. B87 said, look into the 2008 Kirby v. Duva case regarding the use of excessive force. This guy Fox says there were Congress members at the end of that hallway. Yeah, that's true. Thank you. I'll pull that case up. Can somebody, is somebody cited the statute yet that says that they can do, because again, she's not stopping them from doing immigration. She's stopping them from driving in this lane of the road. They can go around her. They're not doing immigration enforcement right now. So because she's not stopping them from an immigration operation, they don't have authority. So you're going to have to explain to me where they get this. I'm not moving. I'm not playing the video. I'm not doing anything until one of you tells me where they get this authority. Yeah, Pat, I see it. Yes, they can. Yeah, why can't any of you tell me where they get that authority? A code, please. U.S. code, please. We got you real fired up today. This is when you know you got MAGA. It's just emotional pleading. Nope, not reading any of your comments, just unless it's a code. None of the things that you guys are saying matter in a court of law. We're deciding whether or not this was lawful. Why do you think it's so hard for you guys to give me a code right now? You have the internet. You're on the internet right now. Give me a code. Cite a statute. I did look it up. There is none. You want to see? Let's see. When can ICE detain a U.S. citizen? Let me pull up the actual code here. Here's what is their source? Make sure the source is giving me. Now that's about U.S. citizens. ICE generally cannot arrest U.S. citizens as their authority is civil immigration related, but citizens might be detained temporarily if they cannot quickly prove citizenship during an encounter, or arrested if they committed a crime like assaulting an officer. Has she assaulted anybody here? Are they accused? Does she need to prove her citizenship? Is there, have they said that they were suspicious about her citizenship? 18 U.S. Code 115. Thank you. Appreciate it. 18 U.S. Code 115. 18 U.S. C 115. Thank you. This is influencing, impeding, or retaliating against a federal official by threatening or injuring a family member. Whoever assaults, kidnaps, or murders, or attempts or conspires to kidnap or murder or threaten to assault, kidnap, or murder a family member of a United States official, threatens to assault, kidnap, or murder a United States official, United States judge. There's no threats here. No threats here, and there's no assault. There's no assault, there's no threat. You know how I know there's no assault? How do you prove assault? (18 USC 111). We already did 18 USC 111, but we can pull that back up. Where's the assault? Okay, well, let's talk about this. Let's walk through this. Okay. You have to prove that the next steps are legal. So, what this man is doing, you haven't proved is legal yet. In order for what she's doing to be an assault, what he's doing has to be legal. Otherwise, if I did this, let's just say that this is me. And back here, sorry, I'm using my hand. This is me pulling on the door handle. And this is Jen. And the other officer you can't see right now, who's on the other side of this car is Drew. And let's say that me and Jen and Drew are who we are. We have no authority to conduct a traffic stop. If I did this to a driver, I have now committed the crime. Right? So far, she has not committed any crime that these people can do anything about. They have no authority to do what they're doing right now. No! Because again, I've asked you guys to show me what the code is that says ICE can do this kind of stuff. All right, you gave me another code, because this is where we're at. So we can't even get to the part where she hits or doesn't hit the officer yet, because you haven't proved that they can do this yet. So 18 U.S. Code 1510. Thank you. 18 U.S. That was 19. 18 U.S. Code 1510. Obstruction of criminal investigations. Whoever willfully endeavors by means of bribery to obstruct, delay, or prevent the communication of information. I'll put this up so you guys can see it. Relating to a violation of any criminal statute of the United States by any person to a criminal investigator shall be fined under this title. Whoever being an officer of a financial institution, that doesn't apply. So no bribery to obstruct. No, she's not an officer of a financial institution. Officer of financial, yeah. It's used in this section. The term criminal investigator means any individual duly authorized by a department, agency, or armed force of the United States to conduct or engage in investigations or prosecutions for violations. Okay, but these people these guys aren't able. None of this makes sense. They're not able to do traffic stops. The only way that they're allowed to do a traffic stop is if they suspect that this person, if they have reasonable, articulable suspicion that this person is in the country illegally. So far, and I'm sorry, I know you guys want the video to keep going. I know you want to get to the part where she pulls forward, but we can't get there until you show me where these guys got authority to do this. They can enforce any federal law, 8 U.S. 1357. Got it. All right, let's do that. 8, what was it? 8 U.S.C. 1357. Thank you. 8 U.S.C. Let's keep going. All right. I really want to move on and cover the rest of this, but in the Secretary of Homeland Security, in consultation with the Attorney General and the Secretary of State, shall develop an information pamphlet as described in paragraph 2 on legal rights and resources for immigrant victims of domestic violence, and distribute and make each pamphlet available. That doesn't seem like that's what this is about. Information pamphlet shall include information on non-immigration visa application, the illegality of domestic violence, domestic violence, the legal rights of immigrant victims, the obligations of parents, marriage fraud, warning concerning the potential use of non-immigrant visas. I don't think this is the right one, bud. I think this is about creating a pamphlet telling immigrants what their rights are. Oh, you said B, I think, actually. You might have said 1357B. All right, there we go. Secretary of State, in consultation with the Secretary of Homeland Security, the Attorney General, and Secretary of Labor, shall develop an information pamphlet and video on legal rights and resources for aliens. All right, that seems like the same thing. So no go on that one. God damn. 18 USC 2237. We'll get it one of these times. 18 USC 2237. Is that right? All right. Did I? Oh, it's over here. All right. 18 USC code 2237. Criminal sanctions for failure to heave to, obstruction of boarding, or providing false information. This is about putting stuff on boats. DOJ 1.16-200. All right. DOJ 1.16-200. Listen, we're not trying. Listen, for those of you that are getting frustrated right now, I'm not trying to debunk MAGA right now. I'm asking them to explain their position, and I'm doing this for a reason. I know that it gets frustrating when you're out of control, and what you think is that you're going to show them something that will change their mind. They don't give a fuck what you show them. So I just want them to show me where they get this information. I want them to tell me how they're coming to this conclusion that these officers had the right to detain and shoot this person. I'm being pedantic? What, pedantic? I'm being specific. Okay, here's where was the 1.16-200? This is the DOJ use of force. Okay. What is it? You said it was 1.16-200 or 1.16-200. There's 1.16. Let's get to 200. All right. So this is the Justice Department manual on use of deadly force. All right. So this doesn't necessarily apply here. I'm just going to go ahead and say this. This applies to officers in their actual duties, and when they are and are not allowed to use force. I would like to point out again that not a single person has been able to show me that ICE was doing their official duties here. So just to be clear, use of force here for the Department of Justice, this wouldn't apply to an off-duty police officer in their own neighborhood. This is in the line of duty doing their job. That's when use of force matters. But it does apply. Does the deadly force may not be used solely to prevent the escape of a fleeing suspect. Now that we know that guy's life wasn't in jeopardy, and he fired 2 more shots into the window after the first shot. So once he was on the side of the car, he fired 2 more shots. That is against the use of deadly force. Right? They may not use deadly force solely to prevent the escape of a fleeing suspect. Firearms may not be discharged solely to disable a moving vehicle. Specifically, firearms may not be discharged at a moving vehicle unless, 1, a person in the vehicle is threatening the officer or another person with deadly force by means other than the vehicle. Other than the vehicle. Now, you guys all told me that the vehicle was the weapon, but they said you can't do it if they're trying to hurt you with anything other than the vehicle, or 2, the vehicle is operated in a manner that threatens to cause death or serious physical injury to the officer or others, and no other objectively reasonable means of defense appear to exist. Well, he got nicked at best. His knee got a little ouchy on it at best. So his life wasn't in danger. He got out of the way. Even if he wanted to claim the first one, the second 2 shots, his life was no longer in danger. But this doesn't even apply to him yet, because he's not operating within his legal authority. So I thank you for bringing this up, but we haven't even got MAGA to explain to us yet what their legal authority to do this is. Now, she's being attacked. The difference between her being attacked right now and her being a criminal right now is whether or not these men have the authority to try and take her out of her car. And none of these people have the authority to try and take her out of her car. We already did 8 U.S.C. 1357. We've already done that. That didn't prove it, but we can pull it back up. 1357. Grants immigration officers broad authority to interrogate, arrest. Oh, we didn't do this one yet, actually. Thank you. I think it was maybe 27. Let's pull this up. Thank you. We're getting closer. All right. What powers do these people have? Powers of immigration officers and employees. Any officer or employee of the service authorized under regulations prescribed by the Attorney General shall have power without warrant to interrogate any alien or persons believed to be an alien as to his rights to be or remain in the United States. Now, that doesn't apply, right? Because it's not an alien and there's no suspicion this is an alien. To arrest any alien who is in the presence or view is entering or attempting to enter the United States in violation of any law. That's aliens again, doesn't apply. Within a reasonable distance from any external boundary of the United States to board and search aliens, that doesn't apply. Make arrests for felonies which have been committed and which are cognizable under law of the United States, regulating the admission, exclusion, expulsion, or removal of aliens, again, doesn't apply. Citizen. To make arrests for felonies which have been committed. Oh, that's the one I just read. To make arrests for any offense against the United States if the offense is committed in the officers or employees' presence. That's not an offense against the United States. For any felony cognizable under the laws of the United States, if the officer or employee has reasonable grounds to believe that the person to be arrested has committed or is committing such a felony. Blocking a roadway wouldn't even be a felony, so it wouldn't apply there. Search without a warrant. How about detainer of aliens? In case of the alien who's arrested by a federal, state, or local law enforcement official for a violation of any law relating to controlled substances, doesn't apply here. If they have the reason to believe the alien, doesn't apply. Where is it? Where was it? Obstructing justice is a felony, but what was she obstructing, Brady? What justice was she obstructing? 18 U.S.C. 1505. This is fun. I'm really enjoying that. 18 U.S.C. What was it? 505? Or 1505? 18 U.S.C. 1505. Remember the other day when I told you guys, if you're going to debate with MAGA, don't try and beat them. Just ask them questions, and you're going to find out real quick that they have no idea what they believe. We're watching it in real time. We can't get past 12 seconds of the vehicle because they haven't been able to figure out how to tell me how these people have authority. Obstruction of proceedings before departments, agencies, and committees. Whoever with intent to avoid, evade, prevent, or obstruct compliance in whole or in part with any civil investigative demand duly and properly made under the antitrust civil process. This is talking about civil. This is about civil investigations. But we can keep going. If they willfully withhold, misrepresent, remove, place, conceals, cover up, destroys, mutilates, alters, or by any other means falsifies any documentary material, whoever corruptly or by threats of force or by any threatening letter or communication influences, obstructs, or impedes, or endeavors to influence, obstruct, or impede, and proper administration of the law, which any pending proceeding is being had, any department or any agency in the United States, or the due and proper exercise of the power of the inquiry. So again, even here, I think this is probably what you were trying to cite here. Whoever corruptly or by threats of force or by any threatening letter or communication influences, obstructives, or impedes, or endeavors to influence, obstruct, or impede the due and proper administration of the law under which any pending. I mean, they're not allowed to influence this, but this is clearly talking about like civil litigation. So, nope. Guys, MAGA, I really want to move past this part. Please help me out. That Ginger, I've looked at the use of force updates. I've looked at them. I'm just saying they need to be able to answer this. You don't have to cite where federal, we don't have to quote you the statute that federal officers have the jurisdiction that you and every other dumbass knows they do. No, I looked it up because I wanted to know. All right, relying on federal statutes like INA 8 USC. Didn't we already do that? 8 USC 1226. Don't those apply to aliens? 8 USC 1226. Can we already do this? I might just have to like stay on all night, all day, all night. It's about apprehension and detention of aliens. So that doesn't really apply. Come on, guys, cite it. Cite it, please. I just need to know who gives ICE the authority to conduct traffic stops. It says it applies to aliens. No, I want to believe you guys. I'm begging you guys. You guys want to believe what you want to believe. I'm wondering, because here's what I know about ICE. I know what their job is. What is the job of ICE? Their job is to track down in aliens, right? Illegal aliens. That's their job. That's what it's saying in every law I read. It says illegal aliens. They can't do traffic stops. That's the point. It wasn't a traffic stop. Okay. She was interfering. Interfering with what? Let's go back. What did she interfere with? Because this is ICE driving away. Here's ICE driving away. She waves that car on, first of all. You can see her. Watch her hand right here. She waves this car. Go ahead. Stops. She's still waving through the next car. Stops. Just letting that truck go through. That truck obviously can fit there, right? So she's not stopping them. They're choosing to stop here. Certainly, there's no legal definition that says if a person's blocking one lane and you can go in the other, that they are then impeding you, right? So now it looks like they're impeding traffic here. The door's open. Now it looks like maybe they're breaking the law in the same way that she is. Because now they're getting out of their cars to do a traffic stop, which is unlawful. So now if she's breaking the law, then they are breaking the law. Now we've got allegedly two people here breaking the law, and they both have the same amount of authority to detain each other, which is fucking none. 8 CFR 287.8. Thank you. 8 CFR, what was it? 8 CFR, I gotta go up. Could you put 287.8? 287.8. 287.8. All right. This is the Code of Federal Regulations. So not a law. This is but standards for enforcement activities. Use of force. This is non-deadly force is in any use of force other than, I can pull it up so you guys can see it here. This is, who's this for? Designated immigration officer shall always use the minimum non-deadly force necessary to accomplish the officer's mission and shall escalate to a higher level of non-deadly force only when such higher level of force is warranted by the actions, apparent intentions, and apparent capabilities of the suspect, prisoner, or assailant. Non-deadly force may be used only when a designated immigration officer is listed in paragraph A of this section has reasonable grounds to believe that such force is necessary. Following immigration officers who successfully completed. All right. Deadly force. Deadly force is any use of force that is likely to cause death or serious physical injury. Deadly force may be used only when a designated immigration officer, as listed in paragraph A of this section, has reasonable grounds to believe that such force is necessary to protect the designated immigration officer or other persons from the imminent danger of death or serious physical injury. In the line of their duty, right? Obviously, they can't just always do this. Like when they're not at work, they can't do this, right? They don't have different rules than we do. Correct? Following immigration officers, yada, yada, yada. Again, we're not to the use of deadly force yet. I appreciate you bringing that up, but we're not there yet. We're still, why can they detain this person? No, I know obstruction's a crime. What are they obstructing? Just tell me, Timothy, what is she currently obstructing here? Somebody tell me what she's obstructing. Please. I'm being nice. Their lane of traffic. Well, that's not obstruction of justice. That's a civil offense. What justice is she obstructing here? Yeah, but that's not justice, right? Like, you can obstructing the roadway is a civil offense, and these guys have no jurisdiction to do a whole goddamn thing about it. They can do nothing. Even if they have no right to do a traffic enforcement, just like you don't have right. They have the same rights we do. Obstruction of a road, but obstruction of justice is the felony, right? I'm not making excuses. I'm asking you guys to explain it. Nobody's making excuses. You guys are making excuses for why you can't fucking explain this to me. I'm clearly biased. That's true. I'm clearly biased. I don't think that they have the right to do this, and I'm asking you for evidence that they do. Cordova versus Aragon. Thank you. Good site. Actually, I already have that one on my outline here. Now, let me go down to Cordova versus Aragon. I don't have the link for it, though. I just have the outline of it. Cordova v. Aragon. That's what it was, right? This is Toby Cordova was shot and killed while fleeing from police in an early morning car chase in Commerce City, Colorado. The survivors brought this action against Officer Derek Aragon and the Commerce City, alleging that Officer Aragon had violated Cordova's Fourth Amendment rights by using excessive force to end the police chase. This doesn't really apply here, right? There's no police chase here. But we can go through it. The district court granted their motion, holding that when viewed in the light most favorable to the Cordovas, the facts did not constitute excessive force. So even though it doesn't really apply, like even in this case where this is different and the person was fleeing actual law enforcement with authority, this court still ruled that excessive force was not justified. Now, again, I appreciate these cases. If you're just getting here, somebody tell me where they get authority to stop her and detain her and try and get into her car. I don't know what I'm talking about. You don't seem to know what you're talking about. None of you seem to know what you're talking about. I agree. I don't know what I'm talking about here. That's why I'm asking you. You guys just believe Trump, I guess, and Republicans. What we're showing in real time here is that you guys have no idea. You're just trusting. Big Daddy government told you so you believe him. Even if the way she's driving, she's not really driving. She's going very slow, but no authority. We already did 18 USC 111 sniper. It doesn't apply, but we can pull it back up. Are we ever going to get to this video? This sucks. Criminalizes forcible assault, resistance, opposition, intimidation, or interference with federal officers or employees. Again, she's not interfering. They're not doing law enforcement right now. She's not stopping their operation. I know it's on video. And the first crime is that, well, if you're going to say that impeding a lane of traffic is a crime, then this is a crime here, this is a crime here, and this is a crime here. And now this little bitch right here has no right to tell her to do a goddamn thing. And he certainly doesn't have the right to try and pull her out of her car.
No!
So he is breaking the law, right? The first person to attack and escalate is this person who, in this case, is acting as a citizen and not a law enforcement officer, because the person driving is a citizen, and he can only do law enforcement action against illegal aliens. He has no authority to do any action against her. This is not now an unlawful detainment or an unlawful attempted detainment, and now she has every right to flee. She now has somebody reaching into her car and trying to pull her out of the car and unlock the car. So now she has every right to get the fuck out of there. Unless this guy has authority to do this, right? So if I'm wrong, this guy needs authority to do this. Where's that authority? Barn v. Felix? Pull that up. What's Barn v. Felix? Barnes? Is it Barnes versus Felix? Get a summary of that. Hey.
We might be here for a while, so I want to just tap in for some of the gifts that we've gotten.
Oh, yeah. Let me read some real quick. Koska says, does this still work? Still does not seem warranted. 18 USC 3052. Sorry, guys. I was missing those. 18 USC 3052. Don't worry, I'll get back to the Barnes one here in a minute. Powers of Federal Bureau of Investigation. No, that's about FBI. No, that wouldn't be right. Axe said, glad you're not enforcing stay on topic in YouTube today. Sky Fox says, you have the right to flee masked armed men who don't identify themselves as officers, whether ICE or law enforcement. Lee said she gave them the right of way when waving them through. Yeah, she was very polite. She did the opposite of impeding. Proud Atheist says 10 v. Garner held that an officer can't manufacture a lethal threat by stepping into a car's path and then invoke that threat to justify deadly force. Thank you. That's on the outline, but we haven't got there yet because they can't tell us why they have authority. Lee said they impeded her as she was trying to leave. Facts. BB80, nobody disagrees with that. Of course they are impeding her. So in order for you guys to justify this action, you have to explain why they were justified in impeding. B87 said, look into the 28 Derby v. Duva case regarding the use of excessive force. I think I got that one. I got that from Fox. Thanks, Jen. Sorry, guys, on the comments. That's my bad. I need to be so much better about that. Jacob said, Minnesota is a duty to retreat state. She was doing what she was supposed to. Cascas, I got that one on Cascas. Deanna said, the fact that the right is so focused on how to relieve the Gestapo of accountability is feeling horrified for her avoidable loss tells us everything. Yeah, they're so desperate to justify a murder. Sarah Beth says she was waving people on, including them. They could, if they just drove on, everybody would still be alive. They'd be out doing their job. This dipshit in the front wouldn't have a boo-boo on his knee. We wouldn't have people protesting in the streets. We wouldn't have to be right now grappling with why both our president and Department of Homeland Security told obvious lies. We wouldn't have to be dealing with any of this shit if these thin-skinned little bitches here just went about their day and drove around. Wasn't me said shooting the driver doesn't deflect the car. And you also said Mag isn't horrified by our death. That's telling. Oh no, they don't care. They love that people die. They love when police shoot lefties. It's like their favorite thing in the world. All right, thanks, Jen. All right. Barnes v. Felix, that was somebody brought up, is a case that reaffirmed the totality of the circumstances test for evaluating excessive force claims under the Fourth Amendment. Background here, a 24-year-old black man, Ashton Barnes, was driving a rented silver Toyota Corolla on the Sam Houston Tollway in Houston when he was pulled over by Roberto Felix, a traffic enforcement officer from Harris County. Already, that traffic officer has authority to do this. So already we're ahead, but said due to an unpaid toll connected to the car. Barnes did not know about the unpaid tolls on a rental car. When asked, Barnes could not show a driver's license nor proof of insurance. He told Felix that it may be in the trunk of the car. Barnes opened the trunk without getting out of the car, turned off the car engine, and removed the keys from the ignition. Felix later claimed to have smelled marijuana, which is illegal for recreational use in Texas. No trace of drugs were ever found on the car nor on Barnes. After the shooting, a firearm was recovered from the glove. Oh, is there a shooting here? I missed that part? How did the shooting happen? Felix ordered Barnes to exit the vehicle and pulled out his gun. Barnes opened the driver's side door without exiting the vehicle, and the car's left blinker turned on. Felix pointed his gun at Barnes, shouted, "Don't fucking move," and stepped onto the car's door sill as it began to move forward with the door open. Felix fired 2 shots. Barnes was pronounced dead at the scene. Felix had been a police officer since 2004. What was the outcome here? They used Tennessee v. Garner, Graham v. Connor. The Supreme Court ruled, writing from it unanimously, that the Fifth Circuit's moment of threat doctrine was too narrow. Courts must consider all the relevant circumstances to evaluate whether an officer's use of force is reasonable. The moment of threat doctrine would have excluded from consideration the seriousness of the underlying reason for the stop, which in this case was trivial, unpaid toll. The seriousness of the crime is one of Graham factors for evaluating whether a use of force was objectively reasonable. Justice Kagan said a court cannot review the totality of the circumstances as put on chronological, yada, yada, yada. So what did we decide? Did he get away with it? Is that what happened? What happened here? All right. I'm not sure the outcome. Does anybody know the outcome there? Either way, that was also actual law enforcement that he was able to do. Okay, guys, can we please get past this? MAGA, please. Please, can you just tell me why they have this authority? Or do we have to now move on? Should we move on? All right, so MAGA now has conceded that there's no authority. So now, for the rest of this video, as we watch the rest of this video, we now have to assume that these are just regular citizens, that the fact that they have a different job, it doesn't fucking matter. So these are just regular citizens now. They have no authority to do any of this. They're no different than you and I. That's where we've landed with MAGA, because we couldn't get any indication of why they have authority to do a traffic stop. So now, these 3 masked men who are citizens of the United States have stopped this woman for allegedly blocking the road, which they have no authority to do. And now, let's take this back. Let's go through all of the actions now that we know that they have no authority. So this guy right here, no authority. He's being filmed. This is the eventual shooter, by the way. You'll notice that he's perfectly safe. He doesn't seem to have a problem with this car being parked here. He doesn't, like, why did this guy who did the shooting, why didn't he try and pull her out of the car? Right? Like, he was right there. Why did Shorty McTiny Dick come out and get so upset? He's being filmed. It's fine. He's filming her back. These two are just filming each other right now. I think this is her wife, the driver's wife. Forgot her name again, but I think this is the wife. So you see here, he's just walking and filming. Obviously, a car goes around, so cars can get through. They're leaving somewhere. They're not doing an operation right here. They're leaving somewhere, and they're very able to go somewhere. This guy looks like he's about to leave. It sounds like we're all getting the fuck out of here. Looks like everybody's leaving. Now we lose him. She's waved one car by. She tried to wave them through, these 2 masked citizens who have no law enforcement capability. They're armed also. I'm not sure what the rules are in Minnesota about being armed, but I guess they have the right to. But now 2 masked, armed, non-police officers stop in the middle of the road and impede traffic and walk up to this car. This person says, "Stay in your car," and this person says, "Get the fuck out." So now it's really fucking confusing because she's getting orders from 2 masked men who have no authority to tell her to do anything. And they're conflicting. So this has to be scary. The other officer is, I don't believe in his car here. I believe the other officer, or I guess ICE official who's not acting as an officer now, is just a citizen, is over here. So there's 3 masked citizens approaching this other citizen's car and demanding that she get out of the car with no authority to tell her to do that. No! So she says, "I'm going to get out of here." Now, this is an older Honda Pilot. I don't know what they have here, but if you guys have ever went through driver's ed, you would know that when you back up, you look backwards, correct? You're either looking at your camera or you're looking backwards. We have to assume that she's looking backwards at this point to back up. So she backs up. Now this officer, or not officer, I gotta stop saying officer because he's not an officer. This citizen steps directly in front of the car. We can see here not in front of the car. It looks like he's filming for some reason. So this other citizen is standing in the middle of the fucking road with no authority to do anything. As MAGA has shown us here in the chat, we haven't cited a reason that they can do this. So again, these three citizens are here. This citizen is left his door open, is impeding traffic, standing in the road, impeding traffic with his cell phone out, recording for some reason. Now, I don't know why a real law enforcement officer would be filming something with their cell phone. I don't know what he's doing with his cell phone, but for some reason, he's decided he wants to film with his cell phone and stand in the middle of the fucking road with no authority to do so. And so she backs up and he moves to the side. This citizen over here with no authority, still recording, moves to the side. She now obviously puts it in drive as the brake lights come up and immediately draws his weapon. Now, instead of drawing his weapon here, this citizen could have stepped aside. Obviously, you can see here that he could move to the side if he has a gun. If she's driving straight, it doesn't matter if he has a gun or not. He's going to get hit. You can also see, and this is where some people debate, you can see the tires are aimed straight here. As the tires straighten out, she's going backwards. And as they start, there doesn't seem to be any time where she's really ever going straight. So we're trying to pull, and she decides now to drive. No! At no point, maybe straight for a foot. We're turning at this point. Clearly, the car is turning. You can see that the wheel is turned. Otherwise, it would have this same profile. So clearly now we're turning to the right. This officer, you can see one leg, and you can see part of another leg there, a foot. So he's out of the way now at this point. I keep saying officer, citizen, excuse me. This citizen is now almost entirely out of the way with a weapon drawn, and the car's, and now there is a gunshot, and you can see clearly here, if this citizen got hit, this citizen didn't get run over like Donald Trump said. Also important to remind you that what Kristi Noem said is that when she rammed officers, it was because they were trying to get a car that was stuck in the snow out. And what Kristi Noem said happened is these ICE agents were trying to get a car unstuck from the snow, and she rammed them, plural, unless this is a trans person using they, them, or anybody using they, them pronouns, which I somehow doubt that this person is using they, them pronouns. So I have to assume Kristi Noem is using that as a plural. So Kristi Noem said there's supposed to be a car right here that's stuck in the snow, and she's supposed to be ramming multiple people unprovoked. But that doesn't seem to be true. So Kristi Noem's lying. Trump said that this citizen got run over, and he can't believe that this person survived because he got run over, which also didn't happen. So you have the president of the United States and the person over ICE, both their knee-jerk reaction is to go on in front of cameras and lie. And they just show up and they lie. I agree. Liars need to be punished. Citizens arrest for spreading propaganda. We should arrest Kristi Noem and Donald Trump for lying about propaganda. And then you'll see here, like, obviously, the wheels turned. Here's another thing to think about. Like, if she was driving straight at him, why did the car turn? If we go back to when the shot happens, which is there, the wheel is already turning. If she was going straight, why did the car turn? Right? Why would the car turn? And then this citizen fires 2 more shots directly into the window. Clearly safe, clearly no longer at threat of anything, fires 2 more shots at point blank range into this window. This citizen murders this woman driving the car at point blank range. Why didn't she stop? Because these are citizens trying to break into her car. And as somebody who has a daughter, if a citizen ever tries to break into my daughter's car and pull her out, I would tell her to drive away. That's what I would do. This is a cold-blooded murder. And there's, I don't know, I don't never know how accurate this is. More than 1,000 people. This video will have, this live will have 200,000 views on it today. And of all the people who have come in here so far, not one of you have been able to cite why this person has the authority to do a traffic stop. And without that authority, the use of deadly force is fucking irrelevant. The ability to say that their life was in danger is irrelevant. Don't stand in the road recording a car when another citizen is trying to assault somebody. You got in the way of an attempted assault and this person's attempt to get away. Clear murder, right? I agree. It was self-defense. Wait, excuse me. This isn't self-defense. These two shots. You could try and argue that this is self-defense, but what she's doing is self-defense. She's driving away in self-defense. What she is doing is self-defense. She's driving away. You're not going to get anybody reasonable to say that she was trying to hit him. Why would she turn if she was trying to hit him? That doesn't make sense. But this shot 2 and 3, that's not self-defense. 2 point-blank shots when somebody's right next to you and they have no ability to hurt you as they're driving away, that's not self-defense. All you have is your anger, folks. MAGA, all you have is anger, hatred, bootlicking. I agree, you should not flee from authorities, but there's no authorities here. A moron. That's a crazy name, a moron. Yeah, I agree. If a police officer stops you, if a police officer and somebody with authority over you stops you and detains you, you shouldn't flee. But none of these citizens have authority. Tough, huh? Stand your ground. I don't think they have stand your ground laws in Minnesota, but this wouldn't be an example of stand your ground because he put himself in harm's way by standing in front of the car like a dipshit with his phone out. It's not a stand your. In fact, it's a duty to retreat state. Oh, fuck. In public places, you are obligated to make reasonable efforts to escape or avoid a dangerous situation rather than immediately resorting to force. Oh, fuck. You shouldn't have said stand your ground because I hadn't looked that up before. Whoopsies. Uh-oh. Oh, shit. This guy, he broke so many laws. Uh-oh, spaghetti-o. I don't mean to make light of this situation. I'm mocking them. You guys are justifying murder, and it's going pathetically for you. It's going pathetically for you. I agree. These people are pathetic, making justifications for this garbage. I agree. Justifying these citizens just shooting somebody because they didn't like that they were parked in the road. That's crazy. Do you guys want to try again, MAGA? Do you want to give me one more try? I'll try one more time to tell me what authority they had to stop her. I'll give you one more chance. I need you to cite the law that allows ICE to detain a U.S. citizen. I haven't made up anything. I asked you guys. I asked you guys to do this for me. I asked you to explain to me. Because obviously, right, like if you try and get into somebody's car and stop them, you have to have authority to do that because you and I can't do that. So I just want to know why these guys have different authority than you and I to stop a car, right? We could all agree that a member of Congress has different authority than we do, but they can't stop me. You want to try one more time, Sweetums? Public road. Yeah, if it's a public road, then it would be public police. It would be the city or local police that would handle that. Traffic enforcement is done by local police. ICE has no ability to conduct traffic stops. Fair enough. Detained. They attempted to detain her and remove her from her car. You're right. They didn't stop her. They attempted to kidnap her. You're right. Thank you. Assault and kidnapping is what they tried to do. If I go and I try and block the road, you know who's not going to come stop me from blocking the road? ICE. You know who is? The police, my local police. And then if my local police try to detain me for blocking the road, and then I drive away, and a local police officer is standing just like this local police officer in my state and pointing a gun at me, and I hit that police officer, and I nick that police officer, but that police officer shoots me, I am going to jail. Well, I'm dead at this point, but I'm in the wrong, and that police officer is going to get away with it. Why would that police officer get away with it in my case? Because they have the authority to do the thing that they were doing. But if I'm blocking the road and some dude walks up to me and starts trying to pull me out of my car, and another dude is standing in the road videotaping me, and I try and pull away from the dude trying to rip me out of my car, and I hit the guy's knee on the way out, and he shoots me, he's going to jail because he didn't have any authority to do any of that, just like these citizens had no authority to do any of that. What happened in Columbus? Arrest is the difference between an arrest, Brock, and kidnapping is authority. A police officer can arrest me. If you do it, it's kidnapping. These aren't police officers. These are citizens. So there's no difference between you arresting me and them arresting me. 18 U.S.C. 1505. Thank you. We already did 18 U.S.C. 111. And that doesn't apply, but 18 U.S.C. 1505, which we've probably done that one too, but let's just go back. Obstruction of proceedings before departments, agencies, and committees. Whoever with intent to avoid, evade, prevent, or obstruct compliance in whole or in part with any civil investigative demand. Okay, this is about civil. We did do this one already. Yeah, this is about civil matters. So try again. We already did 18 U.S.C. 111, so that's not it. Let me read some comments. Lee said, Trump blocking states investigation equals a cover-up. Facts. Yeah, this guy's in violation of state law. They're not going to allow him to investigate. Well, he doesn't have that choice, though. They're going to charge him. Samurai Optimist said, interesting the hat. They don't have body cameras. Oh, interesting the fact that they don't have body cameras, even though it has been mandated by ICE Directive 190.10.3, and even though they have all the funding. Well, I don't know if they don't have body cams. I do know that the reason most of the time ICE is using their cell phone is they're trying to scan people's faces. So I don't know for sure if there was body cam or not, but usually when they have their phone out, it's because they're trying to scan a face and figure out somebody's identity, which in this case, he's doing to citizens. This guy has broken multiple laws because he has now scanned the face of multiple citizens, which he's not allowed to do. Rory said these guys are equal to mall cops. Yeah, they have less authority. Yeah, they have the same authority on the street as a mall cop, for sure. Yeah, that's a good point. If a mall cop were here doing the same thing, they would be. This would be against the law. I understand that what we're seeing in real time is what MAGA thinks, and this is a glimpse into the MAGA mindset, is that they think their feelings are what the law is. They constantly do this. Like, Donald Trump's a felon, right? Why don't they accept that he's a felon? Because their feelings say that he's not. They're not true law and order. They think that this is justified because they're only laying it out in their head. They're saying, this person should have just complied. If she complied, would she still be alive? Almost certainly. Right? I don't think anybody's going to make the claim that had she complied, she wouldn't still be alive. But she doesn't have to comply. Right? It's like if I tell you, well, let's use an example of here's a good use of example. I have a friend whose brother was shot by the police in Arizona, and he went to church, and he had taken some psychedelics before he went to church, and he had like a really bad trip, and so he left church and he was walking home. I know this sounds crazy, but he's walking home, and a police officer saw him, but he had on headphones and he was tripping, and a police officer was following him for a while. He looked kind of crazy because he was, and they were yelling at him to stop. And he didn't stop. And as he went in home, they shot him. They shot him in the leg. They won that case. Why did they win that case? Because even that police officer who was giving him an order to stop wasn't giving a lawful order. In order, like if we just go back to this, they're not giving her a lawful order to stop. The order to get out of her car is not a lawful order. And look, Republicans, I can agree with you. When you say she put herself in this position, that's fine. If you want to place some of the blame on her, I probably disagree. But you're allowed to have varying degrees of opinion on like how this should have shaken out. But what you can't say is that this person lawfully had the right to shoot her. And if you could, you would tell me in the chat where they get that right. Kayla, I'm with you. I don't agree with you either, Kayla. I'm just saying that, like, that's an opinion, right? People have varying opinions on who was at fault, but I'm only talking about the law. I'm on your side. Like, I think that's crazy to blame her. I'm with you there. They can hold that opinion. This is America. You can have dumb opinions, but that's why I'm trying to knock it down to the law. Like, I'm not trying to have an argument on opinion of what happened here. What's the law? No.
Hey. I guess the agent who was involved in this, he's had issues with vehicle interactions before.
What's his history?
He went and he was looking to. I can send you the article really fast, but it's more or less he broke out someone's window and the person took off. Mm-hmm. So it's not the first time.
Let me show you while Jen's pulling that up. Oh, let me read this. Rory, these guys are I read that one. Equal to mall cops.
Really fast. I sent you a screenshot. I think our buddy Ryan from the other day may have made a new YouTube. If you guys want to help support our scam, I guess. And also there's I don't know how to pronounce FAFO Daily. Don't give us your hard-earned money if you want to show that. So if you guys want to help with our scam,
let me read it. Blinking red flag money. Jehovah's Witness. Do not give your hard-earned cash to a cult. Stop RTP Media. It's a money sham talk show only for free donations for his greed of wealth and pays no taxes on the money he makes each day and month. Unfortunately, I do have to pay taxes, and that sucks.
Yes, very much. We do pay taxes.
I have a independent contractor, and all of these people share what you guys send to the IRS. So unfortunately, I do have to pay taxes. Stop all donation of credit card to RTP Talk. It's a sham talk. It's scam show. He got your money and going to the bank in Switzerland. Fuck you guys. I'm out of here. I'm going to Switzerland. That's not a bad idea. You guys want to go to Switzerland? You want to pool our money together?
We've got friends there.
Let's go to Switzerland.
We've got friends there.
Let's all go.
So, but yeah, no. So it's if you guys want to help our scam, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Super Chats to knock out the gift goal that we need to hit each day. And fun fact, there is normally we have $350 for our donation goal for each day. We have a bonus that we're trying to hit, an additional $150. And Jay's going to read something.
We don't need to do that, though. Let's just keep it a normal day. You don't need to make me uncomfortable.
You will be very happy if we hit the goal. So I'm just going to encourage that if you guys like to see Jay's face get red. So.
New York Michelle, Bamarola said Colt dues on behalf of Ryan. New York Michelle said I'll add to the scam. Thank you guys. This backfires on this dude every time. I a little bit feel bad for him. Jacob said, Jacob, you were ahead of me on this one. I apologize for not seeing this sooner. Saying Minnesota is a duty to retreat state. As per usual, the audience is smarter than me. Kelly said. Vance just said at his press conference that it was a legitimate law enforcement operation. They were going door to door looking for illegal aliens to deport from this country, literally admitting to what the Nazis did. Yeah, and again, if J.D. Vance says this was a legitimate law enforcement operation, fine. She's not stopping them from going door to door. So they're able to do what they're doing. They're obviously able to drive around her. She's obviously not blocking doors. That's a bad look on JD there. Amy said, I'm glad in this country we can still film our own unlawful schmurder. Maybe not for long. Samurai Optimist said, interesting the hat I did that one already. Trump blocking state's investigation. Jamar said, you already said it 100 times, but just in case, ICE can't perform traffic stops. Fucking A. Amber said, let's be real right now. Let's release the fucking files, all of them. Already no politician is in there more than our president. I truly believe all this is to suck MAGA in to stop talking about the files. Jessica said, Vance just did a presser saying he has immunity. Well, we'll test that. Pink says, my socialist hard-earned cash for the RTP cult, hell, Satan. Jocelyn said, for your scam. Thank you. Casey said, for my favorite scammers. I appreciate that very much. Thank you for participating in the scam. It's nice to have you. MAGA, you ought to feel at home with scammers. Romana says, life has been boring. Let's spice it up with scams. Monada says, for the donation scam train. Nomad says, doing my part in contributing to this scam show. Jackie said, love you too, Jackie. Jessica said, scam me harder, daddy. Yida said, keeps going through my head. This could have been my 37-year-old. Yeah. It could have been anybody. No, I don't think there's a whole lot that Trump can do with the state charges here. Minnesota's going to charge him. This is clearly a violation of Minnesota law. And hopefully they do, because Trump can't pardon that. In my day, feds going door to door would be so wrong. Yeah, the good old days. We used to call these people brown shirts, and now MAGA calls them heroes. Thanks, Chelsea, for the super chat. Asa Sophia said, add into that crash out scam fund. Belinda said, for the Switzerland scam. Eve said, the ICE agent has been by Star Tribune in Minneapolis identified as Jonathan Ross. I know somebody named Jonathan Ross.
If you scroll up that article I was talking about in our chat.
Okay. Amarola said Colt dues on behalf of Ryan. I think I covered that already. All right.
I can resend it.
No, it's right here. I got it. You're good. Hopefully it'll pull up. Sometimes the archive stuff doesn't. Kelly says, scam me harder, daddy. Thank you, Kelly. We can get this to load. Did anybody, I haven't been checking MAGA, did they finally come up with a reason why they have authority? I don't know why these don't load for me, Jen. It's so weird.
I'll screenshot it.
All right, perfect. Thank you. All right, I want to show you some other things. Here's how I know that, now, I also want to point out a couple other things.
Oh my fucking God!
Do you notice how these guys all leave? And they leave this, I think this picture is pretty telling. I think they all know that he just fucked up. That's a visceral reaction to this. Cowards, yes, but also, I'm not part of this. The reason I know that they know that is because they have been given training. And I'll show you a video that happened on the exact same day. And watch the difference here of how they handle this person who basically just calls them out to their face that they don't have authority. Watch also and listen to the justification of why they say they are checking on this man, why they want this man's ID.
Why would I answer you? Why would I not be a citizen of this country, man? Are you a citizen? Why are you getting close? I can hear you. You can stand there. I'm not close. How come she got a GoPro and you got your a police issued body cam? What's going on with you guys? Why do I have it? What kind of shit is this? Dude, listen. I'm here working. You're working too, right? So go. It says U.S. Border Patrol. This is not the border. Go to the Canada border or the Mexico border. But if you were from
He's in a parking lot, like a waiting parking lot near the airport. He's an Uber driver, and this parking lot is only for like rideshare people. And so naturally, ICE went into this rideshare parking lot and started demanding ID from U.S. citizens. And this guy's like, "Go fuck yourself. I don't have to do this shit. You have no authority." And watch, they don't have authority. Watch what happens when somebody correctly points out that they can't do this shit. They just don't do it.
Country, dude.
If you were from this country, you know I'm an immigration officer.
What do you mean if I'm from this country?
I can hear you don't have the same accent as me. That's why I'm
Oh,
asking.
so you're going by accents now?
Whoops. Is that reasonable or articulable suspicion, an accent? Just admits it. I can tell you have a different accent than me.
Is that what it is?
Where were you born?
Is that accents? Have you heard the Israeli accent? Have you heard the European accent?
You just
it's
proved
garbage.
my point. You're a brilliant
It's
man.
retarded,
You just proved my point.
You
You're
going
a
by
brilliant
accents?
man. You just proved other countries. That
You guys want to argue? I got time. I got time today.
You're not arguing. You're
That didn't prove a point. The other thing to remember about these ICE agents is every time they open their mouths, you find out they're fucking dumb. You proved my point. What was your point? An accent is not reasonable, articulable suspicion. You can't, we've done this. I live in Arizona. This is why Joe Arpaio is a felon, because he thought that pulling people over for what they looked like or an accent was lawful. It's not. We've ruled against it. Now, ICE is openly just ignoring the Supreme Court, who has said that you can't pull somebody over based on their accent or what they look like. You have to have another reason to pull them over, but ICE is just like, fuck it. In this case, they didn't pull him over. He's sitting in his car, so it's probably they're allowed to ask. They're not doing anything necessarily illegal yet, but you can see this man knows his rights. He's like, I'm not giving you shit. You can't have my ID just because I have an accent.
proving my point.
Today, man.
Thank you, sir.
You guys do whatever you want to do.
Where's your ID, sir?
I'm not going to show you. I don't have to show you anything. If a police officer comes here, I'll comply with it. But U.S. Border Patrol, I don't even know if you're a real police officer. Where's your ID?
But you just said it.
Where's your ID?
You just said it.
I'm not going to go by C20.
I'm wearing my ID.
That's a periodic chemical. That's a periodic element.
So they don't have their names. They have like C20. And if you hear him, he's like, what's your name? I'm not going by your name tag. C20. That's a periodic chemical.
Element. C20? What are you, carbon 20?
What are you, carbon 20? This is my favorite video of the day.
I'm wearing my Mills C20. Why are you walking away, Mills? Come back. Hey, Mills, come back. Come back. Mills, come back. Come back. No, hell no. Why would I come there? You come here.
Then shut up.
You came to my car. I'm chilling on my social media. This lady comes knocking, sir.
Now we got cops telling people to shut up. He just quits. He gets absolutely dusted in a discussion, walks away because he's dumb. And he's like, are you going to come back and talk to me? You come here. Of course I'm not getting out of my car. Shut up. The level of professionalism by these ICE people, these are just thin-skinned, angry white dudes who were handed a badge and this is why they suck. This is why we don't like them. They don't have the temperament or the brains to do this job. Calcium is 20. C20 would be calcium. Thank you.
Can I see your ID? Why the hell would I show random people my ID? You want to steal my identity? Where's your ID? Let me check.
Yes, in this situation, they are law enforcement. You can call them cops. It's a pejorative. In this case, they are doing their job. That's the difference between here and then, right? In this case, they're allowed to ask him for his ID. He's allowed to tell them to fuck off. In the other case, they're not allowed to try and pull you out of your car. Notice they're not pulling him out of his car. CA is calcium? All right, what is C? Was he right about it? I don't know the periodic table.
If you're a U.S. citizen, how about that? Man, you guys better move on, man.
You dumb bitches report me for misinformation every day. Every day you report me for disinformation, and my page is still standing. Report away, you cowardly little bitches. See his Carbon? He was right? Nice, he nailed it.
Look at this motherfucker. A4. What kind of name is that? Alcohol 4? What's your initial? Right here. It ain't over there.
All right. Eventually, actually, there's a longer video of this. What's that idiot's name that's in charge of them? The little short older guy, Greg Bovino. Eventually, Greg Bovino shows up, and they're like, "Now you're fucked." And Greg Bovino shows up and is like, "Give me your ID," and the guy's like, "No." And then Greg Bovino just gives up, and then they all leave. There's like 80 of them talking to one guy, and they all just leave. And you want to know where they went? Anybody know where they went after that? They went to a high school. And now, as much as we just laughed,
hey,
yeah.
Thanks, Gus, for the raid on Twitch.
Oh, thanks, Gus.
Welcome all the Gus raiders.
Welcome, everybody. Danielle said,
And I sent you that article.
Thanks.
I screenshots of it.
Okay. Danielle said, Minnesota said FBI blocked them from ICE investigation. Dredux said, couple of squid for the Swiss chocolate. Amy Lynn said, when will they stop Melania for me not being able to understand her? Fair. Thank you, Chelsea. Did I miss any here? Sandra said, there's no message there, but thank you. Chris said, fuck ICE, fuck MAGA, fuck Tex, fuck Bushmaster. Bushmaster made the list. Ty says, for Daddy Hat Boy, fuck ICE. Thank you. A lot of fuck ICE today. You know DHS is reading these, and they're going to try and figure out a way to come after me. Anyways, after that, they decided that they were going to go to Minneapolis. To a high school. Did I not have the video on this one? I thought I had a video on this one. Yeah. Keep in mind that these are children. And this is what happened at a Minneapolis high school. Now, I don't know what happened. ICE showed up as school was being let out, and they tackled one person. They pepper sprayed a bunch of people, again, kids. A couple of kids threw snowballs at ICE, and ICE pepper sprayed them. This is what ICE is doing. We're going to schools now, to a high school. Trigger warning. Now you see this kid right here throws a snowball. This kid right here with the backpack. You see him go up, and you'll see him, pretty weak little toss here. Tosses a snowball. Watch this ICE agent sprints at him. Oh! Sprints at him. Oh, yes, I finally get a shoot at a kid. Kid's running away. Obviously, he's not trying to stop this kid. He's not trying to detain this kid. He just wants revenge, because then he leaves. He doesn't go chase the kid. He just leaves. Can the kid throw a snowball? He's not supposed to do that. These are just like sensitive little Sallys up there. I'm going to get him back. That little boy threw a snowball at me. I'm mad. Watch MAGA in here like, yeah, fuck those kids up, dude. Fuck those kids up. Now all these kids are dealing with, I guess not pepper spray. What do you call that? Like tear gas or whatever. Now we got a bunch of kids just hanging around after school, and because that guy didn't like a snowball being thrown, all these people have to deal with this now. These are kids.
These bitch ass niggas, bro. That was a grenade. That was a tear gas grenade. Damn.
Tear gas it is. I think that's Greg Bovino right there. This is Greg Bovino just talking to an administrator. Not doing anything about his boys, just talking to an administrator.
I need a bear tackle down in football, bitch.
Guys, don't antagonize them. They literally just killed someone.
Where kill you? Fuck you.
Guys, let's
fuck you. You guys are fucking murderers.
You guys gotta go.
We gotta terrorize kids now? That's what you guys are all about? Yeah, dude, you guys are pussies for caring that we're attacking kids. Obviously, their crisis actors. Yeah, that's what they'll say. That's where they went. They literally left. And Bovino says, go to section 7. And then Bovino's there like an hour and a half. So they literally left that guy who told them to go fuck themselves, rightfully, and went to a high school. Waited till school got out and caused a scene at school. It's not attacking kids. Are you sure? You didn't see all those kids coughing from tear gas? Yeah, no, go ahead. Defend tear gas with a bunch of kids around. Yeah, defend that. It's not attacking kids. Sometimes kids just have to get a little tear gas so that somebody that's here in this country illegally gets justice. We don't care about collateral damage. We just want to see immigrants gone. Keep telling people to break the law against federal agents. Who broke the law against federal agents? Who did? I said that kid that threw the snowball, that was against the law. So far, the only person that that has broken a law was that kid that threw a snowball. The dude obviously in the parking lot didn't break any laws because they all quit. They gave up. She didn't break any laws. He broke a law when he shot her. God damn, how did those boots taste? How does it feel to justify murder all the time? I remember when I was like you. I remember when I was Republican. I got to tell you, it didn't feel good to justify murder. I mean, it didn't feel good when I justified Trayvon Martin. That didn't feel good. But I was young and I learned, and some of you guys have just like stayed gross and angry and desensitized. Something wrong with you guys. Glad I left? Thanks. I'm glad I left too. I don't like being associated with dipshits. All right. Jen, where was that article? How much time we got? It's 1:55. Not much time. Okay. So Jonathan Ross. I don't really want to do that. I don't know doxing rules. What does it say about his history, though? Immigration enforcement agent who fatally shot the woman in Minneapolis has been identified as Jonathan Ross, the same officer who was dragged and injured by a fleeing driver in a separate incident last year. Little public information is available about Ross, described only by federal officials as an experienced officer. On Wednesday, Ross was embedded with a group of... All right, got that. On June 17th, Ross was participating in an arrest of Roberto Carlos Munoz Guatemala, a Mexican citizen in Bloomington. Munoz Guatemala had previously been convicted of fourth-degree sexual conduct and had been put on a detainer by immigration officials. Munoz Guatemala ignored the agent's commands, including to fully roll down his car window, so Ross broke open his rear window and reached inside to unlock his door. Munoz Guatemala put the vehicle in drive and accelerated onto the curb. The charges said Ross was dragged alongside the vehicle and fired his taser as Munoz Guatemala weaved back and forth in an apparent attempt to shake him. I remember this one. Yeah, we showed that. That one sounds, I don't know the details on that, but if this guy was a Mexican citizen, not a United States citizen, and he had a fourth degree criminal sexual conduct, I think then they do have the right to detain him because he's here illegally. If he doesn't have legal status, then I think in that case, Ross would have been correct that he can try and force the window down and detain him. So that's the difference between these two. I don't know all the details on that, but based on what's in here, if everything that's in this article is true, then yeah, he would have the right to do that if he's doing actual immigration enforcement. There is they do have broad authority if they're doing actual immigration enforcement. That's the problem here. They're not doing immigration enforcement here. What are you talking about? I just said that. Are you dumb, Wise? I just said that the police officer had the right to do that. I just said because he's here illegally and has a criminal record that the police officer would have had the right to do that. Are you dumb? That's crazy. I literally just sided with you guys. I just agreed with you, and we still can't do it. I just will not agree with this guy no matter what. No matter what, I'm not doing it. Everything he said. I should just start telling you guys what Trump says and see if you'd figure it out. I should just start saying that like a liberal said something and repeat Trump's exact words and watch you guys argue. Because I think you would argue it. That's crazy. Yeah, we might start to. Might start to do that. That might be a new segment here. I want to show you one other thing. Somebody brought this guy. Let's see. Josh said, stay strong, Minnesota. Jay, I still haven't received my Kool-Aid packet. My bad. It's probably lost in the mail. My bad. It's on its way. Got that. I'm going to play one more clip before we go. Then we'll get out of here.
Did you read Johnny's? I don't know if I remember you hearing that, but he made 2 comments about it. So.
Were they a while ago? I don't remember seeing Johnny's name at all. Let me get these and then I'll look for Johnny's. Papa Baggins said, imagine being such a thin-skinned bitch. You can't handle a child throwing a snowball at you. Yeah. Marty Stevens said, Supreme Court said ICE could profile on accent, profession, and skin color, which is sad. When did they say that? Is that a newer ruling? Is that after? They can profile, but they can't do a traffic stop based on that, right? Because again, that's what we said with that other video. Like they can say that because they're not doing a traffic stop because he was already outside of his car. But I don't think they can do a traffic stop based on that. I think because you have to use law enforcement to do a traffic stop, and that's what Joe Arpaio was doing. He was using, because he was the sheriff. The sheriffs were going around with ICE and they were stopping people based on what they looked like. So I think like they can, it's reasonable, articulable, maybe if you're not doing a traffic stop, but for a traffic stop, no. I haven't read that Supreme Court decision, but thanks for bringing that up. Popcorn, Cat, Rue France had joined the Dollar Train. Thank you. Moth Thuba says she dropped her kid at daycare, maybe U-turn. Well, it is a one-way street, so I don't know if she was doing a U-turn. And stop the disinfo. She died 3 blocks from her house. What was the information? Maybe I'm not sure what you're saying there. I'm not sure what you're saying there. Or maybe you're responding to somebody else. I don't know. Let me look for Johnny's. How have I missed Johnny's? It was a super chat, Jen?
Yeah,
oh, there it is. I can't get past being ignored for $1 twice. How did I miss that? Johnny, there's something about your name. I don't know why. It's funny because I see you every time. Like, you're the first name I see every time I come in on the live. And then when it's a super chat, somehow I miss it. That's crazy. How you doing, buddy? And said daily. I don't know how I missed that. Sorry, man. It's not the first time. Witness statement said she was in fact blocking an ICE caravan, but was moving when the murder happened. Yeah, I know, Johnny. I would never hate you. I love Johnny. Yeah, I did. I saw that witness statement. That witness statement, there were a lot of things wrong with that witness statement, by the way. One of the things she said about like the guy who did the shooting was that he like laid on the hood. That didn't seem to be right. There was one other thing she said that like from the video isn't in there. So I don't know how reliable that witness statement was, but I probably believe that she was in their way. All right. Let's see. Is there any other ones? Let me check real quick. There was one more that I wanted to show. This was in Beaverton, Oregon. Now here again are 2 citizens who are exercising their right. Oh wait, that's not it. Oh, this is a different. Okay, this is a guy just recording ICE, which he's allowed to do. He's in public. He's on a public sidewalk. Watch the response from this psycho from ICE.
Today, we have your plate number. We saw you driving erratically, very dangerous to the public.
How you doing?
Good, how are
You're
you?
interfering with our operations.
Not
You
at
could
all.
be arrested
Not at
under
all.
18
Stop
USC
doing that.
111.
Nope,
We will arrest you.
Not if
You
you're
have
not
been interfering with our operations.
You were following us yesterday.
Numerous
Watch
times.
what you're doing, dude.
Numerous times you've
Not
been interfering
interfering.
with our operations.
Not interfering.
Yes, you are.
No,
Right, there's a bunch of sensitive Sallys working over there. Why don't they arrest him then? Why do you think they threaten to arrest, but then they don't? He tells them, arrest me, and they don't. Because they can't. They're just sensitive little bitches that threaten people.
If you continue, you will be in handcuffs. You will be arrested. You will be prosecuted.
U.S. Code 111. Get that through your head, dude.
That's a lot of numbers you just remembered.
Yeah.
Good job. I'm not breaking the law, and you fucking know it.
Yes, you are.
Not breaking the law, and you fucking know it. Never got in front of everyone, never.
One more time, and I will put you in handcuffs.
Bro.
What a fucking psycho. What is this? Bro, relax. Why is he screaming inch from his face? These are not people that have the Constitution to be law enforcement. It's a psycho.
One more time.
Bro.
Keep it up.
Step the fuck off, you piece
No,
of shit.
no, I'll stand right here, pal. Right here all day.
If I fucking touch you, then you're gonna fucking arrest me.
Right all day.
Yeah, fuck you.
You're worthless.
Fuck you.
Worthless.
Fuck you.
You are.
Fuck you.
You have no honor.
Hold your fucking dogs back. Hold your fucking.
Yeah. We're a bit emotional. The MAGA sees that as strength, by the way. They see that complete loss of control as strength. Now, here's the one that I was looking at. This is in North Carolina. These are 2 U.S. citizens who get pulled over by ICE, who, of course, aren't allowed to pull people over. And these 2 men know their rights. And watch what ICE tries to do. Watch ICE try and take away their constitutionally protected freedoms. That's quiet. Why is this so quiet?
You're detained right now, so you're not free to record. No, we are free to record.
Yeah, we're free to record.
You're detained right now, so
No, we're not detained. They haven't told us we're detained.
They didn't say nothing about I'm telling you right now, you're
No,
detained.
we're not detained. Nope. Look.
What right does he have to do that? That's assault. These are citizens. ICE has no authority over them. Trying to steal his cell phone. Tell him he can't record? Absolutely you can record. Why are they telling people not to record? That was assault right there. And there's going to be about 5 more assaults going on here.
They didn't say nothing about I'm telling you right now, you're
No,
detained.
we're not detained. Nope. Look.
I got that seal on recording already, and you are not allowed to do this.
They're not detained.
Get off the phone. Turn the phone off. Hey.
Mira.
No law enforcement can tell you to turn off your phone. If you get pulled over, you're allowed to record, but from any law enforcement. Yeah. Or sorry, I'll let this go. I know that MAGA's here. MAGA, you're edging to this. I get it. We'll help you come here in a second. I know you love this police brutality. You wish somebody would manhandle you like this, but this is violating rights over and over and over again. You guys still won't shut the fuck up about like a story being suppressed for 24 hours about the authenticity of a planted Rudy Giuliani story about Hunter Biden. You won't let that go. They treaded on me. And then this, you're like, it's fine. Just comply.
Get up.
If you heard us,
So that's 2 different people that have assaulted him now.
Come on. Come on. You want to go in cuffs? Come on. Come on.
Assault number 2.
Come on. All right. Put your hands up. Put your hands up. Put your hands up.
They don't have any authority to do any of this stuff. These are not police officers. These are American citizens. Yeah. Let's take a moment to watch MAGA defend this. Go ahead, guys. Go ahead. Tell us how daddy government can do this. Tell us all about how much you love the brown shirts. Tell us about it. Tell us what authority they have for this. They're illegal? No, they're not. They're American citizens. Their identities have been confirmed. You just assumed they're illegal so that you can justify this. You guys lie. The saddest part about all of this is none of your lies really like affect us that much. It's the lying to yourselves that is so pathetic. It is you guys like saying things confidently that you don't know to justify this. Have a little self-respect, like just a little bit. I know that like it's tough right now. It's tough to be MAGA. It's tough to find women that want to date you. It's tough to find friends. Everybody's calling you racist, and you are, but that's tough. But like, don't lie to yourself. Have like a little bit of integrity. Don't just make shit up. Don't just say that these people are here illegally. They're not. You have no evidence of that. If they were here illegally, they'd be being arrested. You think that these ICE agents wouldn't be yanking these people out of the car if they had the right? If these people are here illegally and they're allowed to detain them, they'd be tasing them. They'd beat the fuck out of them. You all know that. We've watched them do it over and over. Why do you think it is that they're not pulling them out? Why are their friends not jumping in? Because most of these ICE agents that are here are aware that what they're doing is illegal, so they're not helping their friends. You just have one pissed off guy and now a second pissed off guy. And why are they pissed? Because they're scared. Just like you guys. It's the same reason you guys hate immigrants, because you're scared little pussies. And there's nothing tough about being like, get them out of here. That's you being a bitch. Like this whole charade that you guys all have where you act like you're so fucking tough because you want somebody else to get rid of the people that are scaring you. Yeah, get it, boys. Those people are scary. They work different to me. Get them, boys. And then you sit there and clap, and then you call everybody else pussies. You guys are the biggest pussies I've ever seen. Go join ICE, you fucking pussies. Go do it. Go do something. No, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to go on the YouTube, and I'm going to cheer for the police. Get them, boys. Yeah, that's white. Get those brown people. I don't like them. They're scaring me, so I send the ICE to go get them. You guys are fucking cowards, every last one of you. And these guys are cowards too. This is what happens when people are scared. Look at these eyes. He's terrified. And he's also terrified because people aren't doing what he says. They're used to people just doing what they say because they're used to cucky little bitches like you. But in this case, these two men know their rights. They're like, nah, you can't do shit. And they're like, I'm going to fuck you up. You want to go in cuffs? They're like, what are you going to do about it? Nothing. They're scared because this bravado, this tough guy act isn't working. These guys are just like, nah, we don't fucking care. And now watch the chat. Now you guys are turning it on me. No, man, you're the scared one. You're the one that's scared. Look at you. You're scared. You wouldn't say that to my face. Bitch, yeah, I would. And then your mom would make me mini corn dogs. I'd say it right to your face. And then mom would make me some mini corn dogs. I like mine with honey mustard. And then we'll send you down the basement to play Call of Duty while I give your mom a good time. That's exactly what would happen. Because your mom would be like, oh, finally, it's not some bitch in my house. We're not afraid of immigrants. I don't know why you guys are so afraid of immigrants, but goddamn, you guys are afraid of immigrants. Toughen the fuck up. Nobody's buying this shit. Nobody's buying your macho like, we're so tough. We're so tough that we celebrate the police. We cheerlead people who are tough instead of us. Relax. Yeah, I've got a picture of Colin Kaepernick, a professional athlete. Yeah, like one of the greatest athletes of all time, like in terms of athleticism. He has records in the NFL that will never be taken down. This guy's got Colin Kaepernick behind him? Pfft, what a pussy. Yeah, he was pretty fucking good. In that particular picture, I think that particular picture is called The Record. It's a record that's never going to be broken. That was a playoff game against the Green Bay Packers where he ran for and threw for over 200 yards and single-handedly beat Aaron Rodgers and the Green Bay Packers with an injured roster in a playoff game. That record will never be broken. And you're like, yeah, he sucked. He was poo-poo. And the only reason you brought up Colin Kaepernick is because I'm hitting home. You're feeling this right now. You know goddamn well that you're like police cheerleaders, and that line fucking landed. And so you're like, let's talk about Colin Kaepernick instead. Stop being bootlickers for the police, you bums. Don't be bums. If you're tough, go join ICE. But if you're a ICE cheerleader, goddamn, like you're the bitch. You're bitches of bitches. Like you're not even like tough enough to be an ICE bitch. You're just like a bitch fan. I mean, these are the bitches of bitches. I've never seen somebody so terrified. Does whatever the fuck he wants. For what? Oh, then they tried to take his phone again. They can't even get his phone. Yeah. Get 'em, boys. All right. That's enough for today. We'll be back tomorrow morning and every weekday morning, 8:30 a.m. to noon. Let me check comments one more time, then we'll get out of here. Forgot to do that.
Yeah, I need your total.
No, I don't want to give you the total. Fuck, I forgot about this. God damn it. Let me see your total. I have to make up a number real quick so that I can lie and get out of this. Hold on. Actually, I think we're good.
What do you mean?
Hold on. Let me make sure this number's right. Take that, Jen. I'm not reading shit.
Hold on. Hold on.
Don't make up
We are
math now.
$20 short.
What's that?
I'm telling everybody we're $20 short.
Well, I'm going to start doing announcements. It takes me about a minute and a half. Guys, remember that we have paid memberships through TikTok, YouTube, and Twitch. And on Monday, this coming Monday, we're going to watch the last 2 episodes of Dope Sick. And I have picked out our movie night for the next one, and it's going to be pretty cool. It's we're going to talk about Nazis and Germany. And it'll be I think it's a 4-part series. It's the one I was talking about from Netflix. I think it's 4 parts. So
done. Thanks, guys.
All right, let's do this.
I'm sending it to you in a second. Oh, I gotta get it.
I hate this so much.
Yeah, I put it.
Anyways, what is it? Well, I'm looking it up. Let me find what the series is called. If you're not a member, I still highly recommend watching it. Let me see if I can find. I think it was Netflix. It is called Hitler and the Nazis, Evil on Trial. That's what we'll be watching next. So if you're not a member, you can watch that on Netflix. It's a good one.
You'll have to finish like the last couple words. I mean, if you need help, I think you can figure it out. I had.
Let me put up a picture so that people understand what we're talking about.
I mean, you can do a comparison to the original one, see how you compare.
I'm just going to put up a sweatshirt so people understand, or the sweatsuit. All right. This is a different creator that did this. He performed this, I guess, on a TikTok, and Jen thought it would be a real fun idea to make me read it, which I didn't think was going to be a problem. So fuck all of you guys. But it's based on this outfit here. All right. Donald's small hands tugged at the Nike sweatpants he bought for Nicholas. Gray, of course. Mouth-watering gray. I moved an entire country for you, Donald smirked. Told them it was the fucking oil, and they bought it. Do you see now the lengths that I would go for us to be together? Nicholas reveled in the intoxicating scent of a hot McDonald's and the sea. He reached down and felt Donald's firmness as it strained against his oversized pantsuits. Oh, I believe I'm seeing the lengths, Nicholas purred. Nicholas suddenly grabbed Donald by his remaining hair, threw him onto his stomach on the bed, and lightly wrapped his fingers around the folds of Donald's throat. Now let me show you how we do it in the oil fields of my homeland, Nicholas growled. Donald nearly burst like a poorly constructed pipeline. Drill, baby, drill, Donald moaned. And Nicholas did.
See, I told you guys it would be good. The original creator is Andrew on TikTok. He does.
I hated that so much.
So I thought that would be fun to get his face right. And
Thank you.
so, but yeah.
All right.
Andrew was the original.
Do I need to read a comment that came with it too?
Let me double check. It looks like people just threw in, dollars.
Face hurts. PM, thanks for the super chat. Johnny, thanks for the super chat again. I got it, Johnny. Rory, thank you. And
thank you, SJ. Thank you, Casey. Thank you, John and Megan.
Here we go.
So, that was fun. Okay, we can go now.
No, there's some more. Melva said, just donation. Thanks, Melva. Krisha said, so Jen doesn't tell you. Soup for my fam, thanks. And Donovan said, the mini corn dogs, their mama can cook. Lindsay said, for the MAGA baby voice. I think I got them all. Sorry if I missed anybody. I will be back tomorrow morning and every weekday morning, 8:30 a.m. to noon Pacific Standard Time, right here wherever you're watching. The replay is available on TikTok and Twitch. You can watch it there. Make sure you're following us. If you're here right now, wherever you're watching, whatever platform you're on, make sure you're either subscribed or following whatever they allow. Obviously on YouTube, they're all free, or you can do a paid subscription. But make sure. I think something like 10% of the people that watch this are actually subscribed. So subscribe if you will. We'll be back tomorrow morning, probably at 8:30. And what'd you say? I approve, and it's far and few between. I sub, so give me a shout. There you go, Julie. Is that mom? It might be mom, Julie. Anyways, I'll see you guys tomorrow morning, bright and early. Take care of yourselves. Stay cute and cool, and have a great summer.